Dr. Delphina Ovid, your friendly neighborhood dentist. At Community Hospital Dental Clinic, we offer examinations which include x-rays, basic oral cancer screening, and a treatment plan. We also offer cleanings, fillings, extractions, root canal treatment, and complete and partial dentures. Remember, you don't have to brush and floss all your teeth, just the ones you want to keep.
Give us a call at 235-5479.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
The best laptops and tablets are at dbesttoys.com. Get a Gateway 14.1-inch Ultra Slim notebook or an HP 14-inch laptop at the best prices in TNT. Get the Fire 7 tablet for $474. You can also shop the latest Amazon Fire Sticks. Call now at 32-DBEST to order or visit us in-store at Forces flagship Mac Bean. Shop online now at dbesttoys.com. Free delivery available throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Cash or links on delivery.
SM Group International Limited, your solutions partner for the latest innovations, brands, and competent staff to meet your needs. We provide products and services in the following divisions: executive services, event rental and services, power and heavy equipment, construction and property management, food and beverage, aggregate and sales and distribution. Check out more on our products and services at www.smgrouptt.com. Contact us at 221-7445 or email at info@smgrouptt.com. We are SM Group International, your solutions partner.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title, it's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business, I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the normalization committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
of the
not no.
Let's go to the last part.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, The Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward and our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for. It's called loss and damage, and we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
The best for your baby is at thebesttoys.com. From the best strollers, car seats, baby carriers, high chairs, booster seats, rockers, jumpers and bouncers, walkers, baby blankets, feeding accessories, bathtubs. Visit us in-store at Forces Flagship McBean. Shop online now at thebesttoys.com. Order via call or WhatsApp at 332-BABY. And remember, we have the best toys at the best prices.
Feeling drained? Struggling to keep up? It's time to take control of your wellness. On this episode of Wellness Unlocked, we're diving into the key nutrients your body needs for all-day energy and balance. With 100% or more of your daily essential vitamins, plus added chromium to support healthy blood sugar, this is complete wellness in a single soft gel. Join us as we uncover how small changes can make a big impact on your health. Don't miss Wellness Unlocked. Watch now on WESN and take the first step toward better health.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God. So we kind of at a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim,
right,
or the man is being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
Now you don't need to register nothing. We can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond
wanna
to me.
respond
Respond to
to
me
you?
how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Right.
Right, so here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
Money is something we all deal with, but how many of us truly understand it? What if you could make better decisions with your money? Decisions that secure your future, protect your family, and bring you peace of mind. I'm Darren Jacobs, and I'm here to help you make sense of your dollars. Welcome to Dollars and Cents, the show that breaks down the financial world in ways that matter to you. No jargon, no confusion, just real conversations about money, your money. So join me every Wednesday at 10 a.m. on WESN for Dollars and Cents.
The best birthday gifts are at thebesttoys.com. Shop for the best brands you love at the best prices. Like VTech, Leapfrog, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Hot Wheels, Barbie, Cocomelon, LOL, Baby Alive, Crayola. Visit us in-store at Forces Flagship McBean. Shop online now at thebesttoys.com. Order via call or WhatsApp at 32DBEST to order. And remember, we have the best toys at the best prices.
Her voice has mesmerized us for years.
And now, in a rare treat for music fans,
Shakuntala and Friends in concert, featuring Shakuntala Jang Bahadur, singing sensation Deval Jeklal, brilliant musician Dr. Shivanan Maharaj, master flautist and saxophonist Narendra Maharaj, with music from Shiv Sangeet Orchestra. Shakuntala and Friends in concert.
Shakuntala,
As always, we appreciate you starting your day with us. Let's get into this morning's first conversation.
Is the country's healthcare system more at risk more than ever?
Why it has remained unaddressed for so long.
Political parties get lots of cash, big cash from financiers, and then when they get that now, you can't account for it.
But it's really the specialist nurses who we are in a greater shortfall for.
We can tap into the resources and have them, at least form some mentorship programs.
Highlight our food systems, and which will attract persons from all over the world to come and experience something that actually supports the local economy.
We're lucky that we have a vibrant legal system that allows change to take place, and it's not that matters are just swept under the carpet and discrimination is allowed to be perpetrated.
A lot of people don't know that there were attempts to ban the carnival, suppress the carnival.
WESN.
Good morning and welcome to AM Prime on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish.
And I'm Jana McLeod.
So this morning we are starting off with some news updates for you. We have some really interesting updates actually. So first up on the list, we're starting with a tragic maritime incident in New York City on Saturday evening. The Mexican Navy's training vessel, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that word, collided with the Brooklyn Bridge, resulting in the deaths of 2 cadets and injuries to at least 25 others. The ship was carrying 277 people and was departing for Iceland as part of an international training voyage when it lost power and drifted into the bridge. This was at around 8:26 p.m. So we have a video for you.
Well, we start in the United States, and 2 people have died and at least 22 have been injured. It's after a Mexican Navy training ship crashed into New York City's Brooklyn Bridge. It was during a festive visit to the country. Footage has emerged showing towering masts of the ship clipping the bridge as the sailing vessel was passing under the famous structure on Saturday evening. Parts of the masts reportedly fell onto the deck. New York City's emergency management said it was responding to an incident without giving any further details. Eyewitnesses described the moment the boat made contact with the bridge.
The boat kind of just like was going past the bridge, and you just saw the top of it snap off, and it just like kept on snapping, and there was, I think there was a person dangling from the top.
Yeah. I couldn't tell if it was just blurry or just my eyes. And we were able to zoom in on our phone, and there was someone dangling from a harness from the top for like at least like 15 minutes before they were able to rescue them.
Yeah, and then we just stayed the entire time watching the
National
whole
Guard
rescue.
came, I think, the firefighter, everyone just...
Someone was dangling from the top, they were trying to pull him up. There was a bunch of people up top. It was just, at first, like, we just didn't know what was
going
happening.
on. That was a show, honestly.
Yeah, it was.
And then it kept getting worse.
Well, our reporter, Pratiksha Kadil, gave us this update from the scene.
I've been here for just over a couple of hours now, and you can see the iconic Brooklyn Bridge behind me. Pretty dramatic scenes unfolded here just a few hours ago. We believe it was just after sunset here on the East River that you can see behind me when this incident happened. The vessel supposed to be a Mexican Navy ship, a Navy sail ship, carrying 277 Mexican cadets on board. Apparently, this is a custom. It happens at the end of training. Every year, they were on a promotional tour. There are reports that the ship may have lost power just before the collision, and that may have caused the incident. Dramatic social media videos that we've been seeing show us how it slowly went towards the bridge in my background there, and the masts grazed the very bottom of that bridge with some debris seen falling off. And this was happening at a time when the bridge was busy with traffic. There was traffic going both ways. It's a multi-lane bridge. There's also a subway that goes there. But then in the aftermath, of course, it was all shut down and New Yorkers were told to avoid the area.
What do you know about those who've been killed and injured?
Very scant details emerging as of now. All that we have heard from the mayor is that nobody seems to have fallen into the water. And there were a couple of cadets reportedly on the mast. We still don't have clarity who are the deceased, how did this happen, and how did they receive their very serious injuries. But earlier the mayor did say that 4 were seriously injured. We will discover soon whether the 2 of the deceased are among those who were seriously injured.
And it seems from the pictures we're seeing that quite a lot of people were watching as this accident happened.
That's right, because remember, Brooklyn Bridge is a New York City tourist hotspot. It's famous. It's on every tourist guide, every tourist book. The tourists who come here also straddle it up and down. They walk the bridge to see panoramic views of the skyline of the New York City. Very beautiful sunsets and sunrises can be seen here. Brooklyn Bridge itself, a very old bridge. It's been here since the 1800s and is quite majestic looking, as you can see. So, of course, there were people here who were watching this unfold as it happened. And when the ship seems to have lost slight control, it veered towards the shore where people were standing and watching. And you can see them running from the scene after that.
So, as they, describe, eyewitnesses said it was a harrowing scene as the ship's 147-foot mast struck the bridge, causing them to snap. Sailors were seen clinging to the rigging, and emergency responders came quickly to arrive and assist. However, the bridge sustained no major structural damage, and once the incident happened, the bridge was shut down completely from drivers on top, and it was reopened later that night after the structure was assessed.
It's efficient, right?
Yeah, everything moved quickly. I think it took about 2 to 3 hours around there. The 2 cadets who lost their lives were identified as America Yamilet Sanchez, 20 years old, and that's a female, and Adal J. Marcos, a male. So
rest in peace.
Yeah, that was definitely very
sad.
Sad.
Especially because she was so, at least America, she was so young. So condolences to their families. I also wanted to go back to the pronunciation of the vessel. I found that it's Cuauhtemoc. Cuauhtemoc. Okay. Yeah, just for notice. So yeah, just another update on this. Sal Mercogliano, he was a former merchant mariner who had powered multiple ships through that same harbor. She said that all of these worst case scenarios, stuff that happens, the ship's height, a strong current, heavy wind, and the absence of a more controlled tugboat escort all contributed to the tragedy. So it was almost like a perfect storm of things that went wrong that caused this incident. But yes, so condolences to the families, and peace for the rest of the survivors. And
Yes, so we have one more story before we get into our first conversation for the morning. This is another, heart-wrenching one. A series of severe storms and tornadoes have devastated parts of the Midwest and South over a 3-day period from May 15th to the 17th. At least 40 tornadoes touched down, resulting in 28 confirmed deaths and dozens of injuries. Take a look.
Tonight, tornadoes touching down in Colorado just after entire neighborhoods across southeastern Kentucky were devastated.
It's a nightmare.
Parts of the Midwest unrecognizable.
And I tell you, I've never been so scared before in my life.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
After multiple tornadoes tore through, with some reports of wind speeds of more than 100 miles per hour. In hard-hit London, Kentucky, Adeline and Rachel Johnson huddled together with 5 other family members in the bathroom. They all made it out alive.
And what was it like when you walked out?
It was a mess. We had a community of people in this neighborhood, and it's gone. It's gone.
The severe weather outbreak killed at least 28 across 3 states. The death toll in Kentucky, 19.
What are some of the greatest challenges that you guys are seeing right now, especially with the ongoing search and rescue efforts?
Tough part of this one is I worry there might be a whole block out there. Everybody's dead.
One of the victims, a veteran firefighter killed while responding to the storm, remembered for his courage, commitment, and sacrifice.
Is this one of the worst natural disasters you've seen?
The worst.
During a ride-along in Laurel County, we saw firsthand a landscape that changed overnight.
And then just as quick as a tornado can go through, it's gone, and it's tough.
The same weather system triggered a massive dust storm in Chicago Friday, followed by powerful storms in Missouri.
Oh my God, dude.
A preliminary EF3 tornado touched down in the St. Louis area, reducing brick homes to rubble. Our Shaquille Brewster is there.
City officials say more than 5,000 buildings were impacted by this tornado, many of them from large trees that simply crashed into homes. But you see here, neighbors already coming out, helping to clean up the debris ahead of this long road to recovery.
A race to dig out with no time to spare ahead of more severe weather on the way.
And Kathy Park joins us now from London, Kentucky. And Kathy, we can see how bad some of the damage is behind you.
Hallie, that's right. We are learning that a preliminary EF2 tornado came through with winds of more than 111 miles per hour. And unfortunately, this community was in the bullseye. And starting tomorrow, 31 million Americans are in the path for more severe weather. This stretches from Iowa to Texas, and more tornadoes are in the forecast again. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the end.
So as we saw there, Kentucky was particularly hit hard with a violent EF4 tornado causing significant destruction in Williamson and Saline counties. And then in Missouri, an EF3 tornado struck the greater St. Louis area, and that claimed at least 5 lives. These storms also brought heavy rainfall, leading to widespread flooding and power outages affecting over 600,000 residents. Just to give a little more context, the EF scale, when talking about tornadoes, this is for emergency responders and meteorologists. And for the public, it's a way to understand how destructive a tornado was based on observed damage. So an E4 would be devastating
bad,
damage, and an E3 is severe damage. So, yeah, that's a lot. I mean, a tornado
is already bad.
And not only that, a tornado is something you don't know how to react or what to do during a tornado. It's like it could pick you up and go. It could.
It's scary. I would just say ever since I've started learning about tornadoes, it's been something that freaks me out so much. So, I mean, again, condolences to the people who would have passed in this. I believe the death count was 19.
Yeah,
and rising.
And the emergency services, they're still continuing rescue and recovery efforts. So they're looking. It's not just people who are still alive, or people. There's a lot of people injured, but they're looking to recover, they're also warning people, to stay alert and continue listening to weather reports, because it could continue. There could be more on the way.
So we wish the people of Missouri the best. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back with you with our first interview of the day. Stay with us.
Her voice has mesmerized us for years.
And now, in a rare treat for music fans,
Shakuntala and Friends in concert, featuring Shakuntala Jang Bahadur. Singing sensation Deval Jetlal, brilliant musician Dr. Shivanan Maharaj, master flautist and saxophonist Narendra Maharaj, with music from Shiv Sangeet Orchestra. Shakuntala and Friends in concert.
Shakuntala.
If these walls could talk, they'd cry uncle. They didn't plan to become offices or yoga studios, but they've stood by us, even when we got a little stir-crazy. For that, they deserve some thanks. They deserve Benjamin Moore.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private health care affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Low energy? Heart concerns? Migraines slowing you down? It's time to take control of your health. Join Wellness Unlocked, the series that brings expert advice and real solutions for a healthier you. In our latest episode, learn how Jameson CoQ10 can help support heart health, boost energy, and even reduce migraines. Get the science, the stories, and the steps to power up your health with CoQ10. Don't miss Wellness Unlocked. Watch now on WESN and start your wellness journey today.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title. It's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
back. Thanks for staying with us on AM Prime. So today we have a very exciting interview, something that speaks on culture, something that speaks on emancipation. So the Emancipation Support Committee, in conjunction with the Ministry of Culture and Community Development, Caribbean Airlines, and the City of Port of Spain, have launched the Pan-African Festival TT 2025. So joining us today to talk more about the festival and the wider circumstances surrounding it is Mrs. Dr. Asha Cambon, a researcher in pressing social matters and public policy expert. With over 40 years of experience working at the national, regional, and international level, she's also a board member at the Emancipation Support Committee. So good morning and welcome to the program. So I believe you're on mute. Can we try hearing you now?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're coming through.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Good morning, welcome to the program.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having us.
Yes, of course, it is a pleasure to have you guys on. So something I like to start with when we have interviews with people would be, it's very early in the morning, so how do you usually tackle your morning? What's your morning routine like?
I like to have a slow breakfast with my husband, a slow coffee. That's how I start the morning. And once that's completed, then get to the news. You know,
Yes.
I'm in the habit of looking at my newspapers first, and getting a sense of what's happening in the world. I look at news not just from Trinidad and Tobago, but the newspapers from across the globe. Once I've done that, I scan those for about 20 minutes. Then I feel, okay, I'm ready to face the world.
What a beautiful morning.
That's an old habit from being a librarian.
It's pretty early. Are those things done already?
Oh, no. Okay. This morning you've bounced my whole morning around.
Oh, boy.
But I'll do that.
Thanks so much for spending it with us.
Yes.
We hope not too much of an interruption.
No, not at all. It's a pleasure.
All right.
So, Dr. Cambon, could you tell us the inspiration and vision behind the Pan-African Festival, TT? I understand it has been around for quite some time. So can you just get into, how it originated, where it came from? Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the Pan-African Festival, what would have been known as simply the celebration of emancipation, was something that we've been celebrating and has been celebrated in Trinidad and Tobago since 1838. Mm-hmm. We have evidence of early activists and people like Mzumbo Lazar, who was actually became one of the first. He was the first black member of the city council, and Mzumbo Lazar called for the recognition of Emancipation Day and the hosting. I think they were organizing at that time the 50th anniversary of emancipation, and he called for the holiday, for the day to be recognized as a holiday. So that's to tell you how long ago African people in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean have been engaged in celebrating emancipation. And then this celebration, although that one day was given, I think, in recognition at the 50th anniversary, but even before that one day was given as a holiday, people did not go to work on Emancipation Day.
Yeah.
There's evidence that people simply stayed home. They prayed in whichever religious entity that they belonged to.
Yeah.
They organized drumming in their community. They had community meals. They had lectures about their past and their future. And that's the way, with a lot of reflection, deep reflection and respect, that people actually celebrated emancipation in the very early days. And then then unfortunately the colonial powers decided to replace Emancipation Day and the recognition of Emancipation Day with Discovery Day. So Discovery Day was not by chance. That was deliberately put in the place of Emancipation Day so that African people would celebrate the arrival of Columbus and those sorts of things. But many people simply, although the day was then called Discovery Day and it was given as a public holiday, which had not been recognized for Emancipation Day, people continued to celebrate Emancipation Day.
They almost forced it.
Pardon me?
They almost forced it by staying home from work and
That's right.
having all these events, yeah.
That's right. And in their own way continued to celebrate it. And then in the 60s, during the whole Black Power consciousness, the society began saying, well, listen, we should have a recognition of Emancipation Day. And right through the 60s and into the 70s, that call was made over and over that the name should be reverted from Columbus Day, reverted to Emancipation Day. And in fact, Chambers, the Prime Minister George Chambers, did in fact grant the day, reverting it back to its original name, Emancipation Day, and I think it was celebrated. He made that decision, I think, in '74, and so it's I may be. It may be too early without my coffee to get the years right, but it began that name recognition thereafter.
So what created the change between African Liberation Day and Emancipation? What are the key differences, if any, within that?
I think there are no fundamental differences except the change in name. So that the past government under Prime Minister Rowley, I think he made that call that it should be named Emancipation Day.
Oh, okay.
The Emancipation Support Committee now, we have sort of inherited that that fight for the recognition of Emancipation Day, because many of us had been involved in the Black Power movement, and so we continued that recognition of Emancipation Day. And when the celebration became very large, because it's no longer just Emancipation Day, it became quite large because we organized a week of activities, and then now it's a couple of months of activities. And in understanding that the celebration and the commemoration of emancipation had taken on quite a large dimension, the Emancipation Support Committee decided to call all the activities around the commemoration of Emancipation Day, we call it all taking place within a festival called the Pan-African Festival of Trinidad and Tobago. And that was in good keeping with, I think, the international mood for Pan-Africanism. And we remember, of course, that Trinidad and Tobago was the heart of Trinidad and Tobago. Henry Sylvester Williams organized the first Pan-African Conference in 1900. And so it, in keeping with that whole spirit of our historical recognition of Pan-Africanism, that we decided to embed the commemoration of emancipation within a festival named the Pan-African Festival of Trinidad and Tobago in commemoration of emancipation.
All right.
And this is why here we are now with a celebration that's actually going to be launched on Thursday of this week. It's going to be launched at the Murchison Brown Hall, the City Hall, at 5 p.m. in Port of Spain on African Liberation Day.
What is that commemoration, opening commemoration, going to look like? Is it going to be simply ceremonious, or is it going are the public invited? What is that going to look like?
Or the public is always invited. So it's going to be a lovely afternoon and evening of not just talk, although there will be significant amount of talk, because we do it in commemoration of, we launch on African Liberation Day, which is very important day. The African Union has now declared it Africa Day, and that Africa Day is celebrated globally. African Liberation Day was also marked globally, and it was that struggle for the freedom to ensure that African countries could enjoy the same freedoms and recognitions as other countries globally, because remember, it was only in the 1960s that we ourselves, Trinidad and Tobago, became independent, and we did so with countries such as Ghana and India. But there were many countries on the continent that were not independent. And even when independence came, there were many, such as South Africa, which was the last country to be suffering under apartheid. And that's one of the reasons I think that the indignity of apartheid rubs us so very wrong. And when we see apartheid existing anywhere in the world, such as in Palestine, right now in our current environment, it grates against our sense of justice, because that is something that we fought against, and we remember ordinary people and the trade unions and so on, all in Trinidad and Tobago, all halting trade and the movement of goods anywhere that were going to South Africa. So it is within that spirit of ongoing and continuous struggles for liberation that we mark always the launch of our period of activities commemorating emancipation. We mark it by hosting our event and organizing our event on
May 25th.
African Liberation Day, which is this Thursday, the 25th of May. By the way, young people, by the way, this morning is also a very important morning. Today is the 19th of May, and today is the 100th birthday of Malcolm X.
Oh, interesting.
I love that.
Yeah.
So we are, we just have to pause a moment and think about that young man whose life was cut short when he was in his 30s, who called for people like ourselves to be able to have all the dignity and human rights and respect that we did not have globally at the time. So it's a very interesting moment.
Yes, thanks so much for that tidbit, that fun fact. So
yes.
I'm seeing a theme here: shaping sustainable futures through reparatory justice. Can you tell us a bit more about that, especially with the reparatory justice? That intrigues me a bit.
Yes, okay, good. That is the theme. Each year, all our activities are linked by a particular thematic expression. And this year, the thematic expression for this year's activities is, as you said, it's shaping sustainable futures through reparatory justice. Now, that reparatory justice speaks to reparations. And the call for reparations, the Emancipation Support Committee has been involved in the calling for reparations since the 2001 conference that we attended, the United Nations Global Conference Against Racism and Xenophobia, took place in South Africa in 2001. By that time, on the Emancipation Support Committee's agenda was to increase and to make sure that everyone in our society understood what the call for reparations meant. At that global conference, there was the key to get the world to agree to the notions of reparations was the argument that slavery, or what we now call the enslavement of human beings and the trafficking in human beings, was a crime and was then, and it continues to be, a crime against humanity. You know, they often speak about crimes against humanity, such as, one of the worst crimes, of course, is trafficking in human beings and removing their power of agency, which is what enslavement does. You become property of someone else, especially if it's chattel slavery, which is the worst form of enslavement, because chattel slavery makes you legally the property of someone else, so that your child can be sold, taken from you as a baby while you're nursing that baby, take that child from you and sell it on the auction block. You can be left in someone's will. You know, they say, well, nowadays we talk about leaving something for the future generation. You leave a little, whatever you've got. You say your insurance will certainly give them a head start. Well, in those days, people left their enslaved persons to their descendants in their will, because we were property. And because we were property at that moment, you could do with us whatever you wanted, and often they did. So reparatory justice speaks to, shall I say, the securing of justice for that heinous crime committed of the trafficking and enslavement of people, not just for 1 year, not just for 2 years, but for hundreds of years.
So would it start with, what would it start with? Because when we hear reparations, we think finances, we think money, but that's not all it is. Sometimes it's just an acknowledgement of what went on.
That's right. It's the some of the what we consider to be a critical component of reparations is self-repair, because the damage has been done to us as human beings, and so there is some requirement for us to repair ourselves. So that, for instance, if you don't even know who your ancestors were, other people can trace back who their grandmother, their great-grandmother, their great-great-great-grandmother, where they came from, etc. Other peoples can do that. If you ask African people to do that, it becomes problematic. Maybe you can go back to 2 or 3 grannies, and then you're stuck. And then if you say, well, where exactly did your granny come from? You're stuck because we just don't have the information. Luckily, the National Archives has been trying to put together that information by looking at the ships that were trafficking human beings, and looking at if there was any possibility that there were any names, or at least where they came from, and how many men, how many women, how many children, so that anyone who really wants to go back and see if you can find where that great granny was from, you could start with the National Archives and walk it back, so that, for instance, in my own history, because of the oral tradition, and we have to say thank goodness that some of our parents and grandparents and so on would tell some of that oral tradition, so that I was able to understand that my mother's side of her family were Africans who had been brought from Haiti during the period of the cedula, and we've got to know our history. That's part of reparatory justice, that our history must be taught, and we must know it.
So,
the schools must provide us with that knowledge of our history.
Does the committee support CARICOM's particular 10-point plan for reparatory justice? So
absolutely, we were part of the early formers and calling on CARICOM to actually accept the notion that they should lead the fight for reparatory justice. And so we were just blown away when eventually that recommendation was taken before CARICOM and the heads of government said yes. They wanted to take up the struggle for reparatory justice. And I think a lot of the convincing of the heads of government, providing that rationale, we really have to thank Professor Hilary Beckles, because he was what you might say like a lone voice, a one-man figure, but he wasn't a one-man figure, because there were people all around the region who were lobbying their governments, who were raising what should be in that 10-point plan.
So I just wanted to specify what is they're calling for: a full formal apology, repatriation, Indigenous Peoples Development Program, it's pretty interesting.
That's right.
Cultural institutions. Go ahead.
We argue that African people didn't come here just by that. In fact, those who brought us here as enslaved people, who trafficked in our grandparents, great-grandparents, they decimated, as far as it was possible, the indigenous population that was here before us. They either worked them to death or killed them. I mean, the history books tell us that, there were, I don't remember now at this hour without my coffee, how many millions, I use that as an excuse at the moment, how many millions of people there were in the Caribbean. And they weren't Arawaks and Caribs, unfortunately, those names that were thrust upon them, that was not it. Those millions of people were living here, and then when the Europeans came, they either tried to work them to death or killed them outright. So there was mass genocide. So reparations calls for the reparatory justice for the indigenous people who lands were taken away, their history, their culture, their names, their everything that belonged to them. Of them are very few.
Yeah. So going on cultural institutions, public health crisis, illiteracy eradication, beautiful, African knowledge program, psychological rehabilitation, technology transfer, and debt cancellation. It's pretty insane that we still have debt to certain countries that once enslaved us.
Absolutely. Haiti is the
prime example.
The biggest, is the biggest example, because after enslavement, when they struggled to win their own freedom, they were the first free republic in the Western Hemisphere. We have to remember that. Their constitution is what almost every other constitution tried to mirror that became independent after Haiti. You know, we are taught, unfortunately, in the school system that these were ragtag enslaved people. They knew nothing and they had nothing and so on. Untrue. They had an amazing sense of what justice should look like, you know, and based on their calls for justice in that constitution, the rest of us in the world are still trying to catch up with that justice that they articulated in that constitution. And so the French and the Western Hemisphere, America and all the countries forced Haiti to have to pay back the French when they did not have the power. Their ships blockaded Haiti, and they were forced to pay back to the French reparations for freeing themselves. And that was we might almost say that was among the first reparations that were paid. Money paid to the enslaved persons.
Exactly.
For free. I mean, those who were the enslavers.
They paid for our own enslavement.
So that even in Trinidad and Tobago, our own Dr. Claudius Fergus has been presenting some brilliant information about the enslavers, even in Trinidad and Tobago, who received large sums of money when freedom came to us. And we had nothing. And not only were we given nothing, but there were laws constructed to ensure that we could not get land, we could not buy land, that we could not, unless it was such a large acreage that there was no possibility of us having the resources to buy that land. And that's why many African people found themselves squatting. And because we don't know our history, we felt that the governments that came into power after emancipation and after independence did not understand the history of even our own countries. And so they never dealt with the issue of the regularization of African people on the lands that they squatted on. So that Laventille, Belmont, Mova, all these places where we escaped from enslavement and were forced to go to live on because the beat them, all those areas where we were forced to move to because we had no possibility of getting land elsewhere, we had no tenure for that land. And so generation after generation, and that's what is called structural poverty. When generation after generation, you have no access to wealth. Now we are able to buy land, buy our own properties, and we leave it in the will to our children. And so we try to allow them to have some generational wealth. So when they become mature and older and so on, they are able to have some capital to invest and get on with life. But if you have nothing to leave for your children because you were denied that access to land, because land was wealth in those days, and we can see how that makes a difference to structural poverty in the Caribbean, because East Indian people who came in after emancipation, and because of our struggles for emancipation, no one else could come into the region as enslaved people. So they had to sign contracts. Indigenous people with indentured laborers, as horrible as those contracts were, and as often as they did not live up to the contracts, but they did have to sign a contract. and offer them land or repatriation, which African people had no such offer.
So why weren't they allowed to bring in any other types of enslaved persons? Maybe I missed that part. I'm not for it,
Okay.
of course not.
Because we had fought African people in the Caribbean, from Haiti in the south, in the north, to us in the south. We fought in Guyana. We fought. There were rebellions. If we study our history, we see that period was such a fraught with rebellions across the Caribbean. And when enslavement was ended, when we ended slavery, yes, in 1834, 1838, in 1863 in Brazil, when slavery was ended, the one thing that you could not do was have another enslaved person on that land. So that's because of our fighting, because of our sacrifices. So when the colonial regimes wanted to bring other people in to work the land, they could not bring them in as slaves.
So I have a question from a viewer here.
We forced the change of laws.
Yeah.
Even in Great Britain.
That's exactly what I was getting at. We have a question from a viewer here asking, are there any programs or plans to have re-education curriculum, history studies in schools?
Oh yes. That has been the, what shall I say, that has been one of the emancipation's legs that we walk on. We walk on the re-education leg. And so that, for instance, during this Pan-African Festival, education is a critical component. One of the programs of the festival is the Kwame Ture Memorial Lecture Series. And during that series, we present lectures and discussions and film shows on issues well, this year, of course, it will be on the issue of reparatory justice and sustainable futures, because that's our thematic area. As a matter of fact, our feature lecture this year to launch the Kwame Ture Memorial Lecture Series, which will take place on the 15th of June, will be undertaken by Professor Lewis Gordon. Professor Lewis Gordon. He is head of the Department of Philosophy at the University of Connecticut. He will be speaking to us about the relevance of Frantz Fanon. Because interestingly, this year, it's a very interesting year, because there are a number of things that collide in the African world. One of them is that this year is the 100th anniversary of Frantz Fanon. And so across the globe, people will be re-examining Fanon's teachings and his words and what he told us. For young people who may not have be aware or familiar with Fanon's teachings, some of his books are Wretched of the Earth. His books are Black Skin, White Masks. He was a psychiatrist, brilliant young psychiatrist, who put his knowledge and skills and wisdom to understanding the crisis of African people who had been enslaved and were living under colonial regimes where they were denigrated, where your whole culture, your way of speaking, your belief systems were all considered to be, and told you that they were terrible. And what does that do to your psyche? What does that do to your mind? How do you survive? And so that's the kind of issues he explored. So this year we will be looking at that as part of our Kwame Ture lecture series. But let me tell you, going back to your question on the curriculum and on our normal
schools,
yes. One of the big things that the Emancipation Support Committee does is we organize a history quiz and a spoken word competition for children in school. So the spoken word competition is children in primary school, where they learn information about using poetry, using calypsos, using all of that kind of information. They are able to learn something about their history and culture as part of this spoken word competition. For the secondary school students, we have the African History Quiz. And that quiz is then, the young people participate, study the history, the culture, and then they participate in the quiz. And it culminates in November, African History Month, every year. So that takes place, it starts even before school closes. for the youngsters, and then for the secondary school students, the actual quiz gets off the ground in September, October, November.
All right.
So there's a constant education, and this has been going on. I think this is probably the 12th or 13th year of the African History Quiz and Spoken Word competition. So there's constant for us education in the school system. That's how we treat with young people who are in the school system. Of course, we have submitted, I cannot tell you how many volumes of written material to the ministries of education, past ministries and so on, advising them and recommending on transference and changing and transformation of the school curriculum, so that young people who attend school do not, African young people do not have to feel that they are second-class citizens in the classroom, do not have to feel as if the history is being taught. I mean, if you ask young people what did they learn of enslavement, nothing. They leave the school system feeling just badly about themselves, knowing nothing about their struggles to end enslavement and the contributions they've made to the transformation of the society as we know it today. And many young people, unfortunately, you have a significant amount of young people who drop out of the school system because it is so dissatisfying in the way in which the knowledge is shared and information is shared.
So would you advocate for like a top-down approach or an end-to-beginning approach, where we start with the people that would have fought, would have died, would have been incarcerated, but the people that stood up for the movement, and then kind of slowly go into what the atrocities were, but how focus on the fact that it was stopped by a certain people, specifically Trinidadian workers like Kwame?
Yes, I think we have to start before that. You see, people have to understand who were they before they became an enslaved person.
Yes.
Because your history doesn't start with slavery. So we start with our history and our culture before we came to the Caribbean. And that's very important, very, very important to understand that it's African people who gave the world written language. You know, we always say, oh no, they couldn't read or write. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. Medicine and our contributions to science and technology and those kinds of things. That's where we begin. So that people realize an enslaved person, which we still call a slave, and you know, we have to thank UNESCO to make it almost illegal to use the word slave in describing a person. We have to speak of enslaved people because they were people themselves. They had their own culture and their own way of life and their own thoughts and their own agency. So we begin with before they became enslaved, and then bring them forward to the period of enslavement, and then to those who struggled to end that, and what the society looks like today because of the contributions of African people.
Dr. Campbell, I wanted to ask you, do you think we have made any real progress locally when it comes to the reparatory justice, apart from the great work that the Emancipation Support Committee does and the initiatives in terms of educating our students and these, various various initiatives in schools, what progress have we made locally? If any?
It's a constant battle. I mean, it is a constant battle. I think it's an ongoing struggle, and yes, there've been some. Okay, so the reparatory justice, we talk about self-repair, and therefore people have to know themselves. And I'm very proud of the fact that when as I told you, I love to look at the newspapers. I read them avidly in the morning and listen to news before I get down to my work. And I love to see all these young people who are playing sports and who are achieving in different areas, and they have African names. When they're African, when they're East Indian, they have East Indian names. That is quite something to celebrate.
Yes, it is.
Because these are young people whose parents, and like everybody else's parents, would have been told, oh, no, you need to have a good European, which they said were good Christian names. And to have anything other than that is an absurdity. So that even East Indians who came into the society, many of them were forced to change their names to suit the Christian environment, so-called, that we lived in. But now I am so proud to open the newspaper and I say, I don't even know this child. I don't know their parents, but there you go. This, whether it's Kareem Richards, whether it's, Nikolai Blackman, and so on and so on. All these young people with all these African names. And it's wonderful, wonderful to see it. So that's one of the ways we know that the consciousness about who you are and the respect for yourself and the dignity that you have as a person before you became an enslaved person, we know that that's making waves just by that one simple fact. And it's not so simple at all, because it takes something for a parent to sit down and say, how will I name the child? What name will we give it?
And then to take pride in the African name.
Yes, right. Absolutely.
It's always interesting and exciting to see or to meet persons with African names, because they always, I mean, it's so unique.
It is.
And it's like you ask questions, it encourages questions, and then it encourages a history. Like my brother, his middle name is Mboya. And it's the same as my father. So when we grew up knowing this, and we grew up learning who Mboya was, he's an African prince. Right. And these are things that, create dialogue and create, that being intrigued, wanting to know the history.
Celebrating the name, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So it seems like a small start, but it's an amazing, amazing start. And yesterday, by the way, I'll just to deviate for a minute, there was a young woman who made her transition yesterday, and they had a memorial service for her in New York. She was working at NYU. She was a lawyer, brilliant young woman from Trinidad and Tobago, and her first name was Aisha.
I love that name.
And when she was being interviewed quite a few years ago about herself and her name, she said that, interestingly, her parents somehow gave her and her siblings the notion that to be black was to be bright.
Beautiful.
And,
it is.
And she said she doesn't remember exactly how they gave her that notion, but that's how she grew up feeling, that if you were black, if you were an African person in Trinidad and Tobago, then you had to be bright, and you were going to be bright and successful. And all her colleagues from NYU were talking about the way she conveyed that brightness, that love, that intelligence. She didn't just keep it for herself. It was one of the interesting things they said about her in her passing was that she would stop and even talk to the security guards in the halls of NYU and encourage them to go back to school and study and get on with life, And this, I think, these are some of the gifts that this struggle has given to our children, and by simply, as we say simply, but it's not simple, by giving them a name that gives them the dignity and the sense of who they are.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd give that little to make it more, bring it back home to us.
Yes. So, Dr. Cameron, we just want to, bring the conversation back to the event, the upcoming event.
Yes.
I know we strayed far away, but it was not for nothing, and the conversation is going pretty well. But can you tell us how does this year's event differ from past years, specifically?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this year, I think it's very interesting. This year, for instance, we've already received requests for information and actually bookings from groups of people who are coming in from different parts of the world. And that's always very exciting for emancipation. And it's something that our Ministry of Tourism and Trade has to take note of. We're talking about diversifying our economies. We are saying that, in fact, we can't rely on oil and gas as we used to, and therefore other ways to earn foreign exchange and to encourage employment and so on is necessary. And the festival aims to do that. And this year already we have bookings from people coming in from Martinique, And we thank our partner Caribbean Airlines, because if they had not opened that door between Trinidad and Tobago and Martinique, this group of people would be traveling all over the Caribbean before they arrive. Now I think the flight is 1 or 2 hours, and they will be here in Trinidad and Tobago. And so they will come and spend I think 7 days and then return on the flight back to Martinique. Yeah. And they're so looking forward to all the events. And this year, of course, one of the early events is the Iwa Africa, the fashion show, and people must remember that. I think it's, let me make sure I've got the date. I think it's the 1st or 2nd of June. And let me just, yes, it's the 1st of June.
Okay.
So it's the event, the first big event at Queen's Hall after the launch, which takes place on this Thursday at the City Hall. At 5 p.m. and
so
we look forward to general public joining us.
What can attendees expect at the event on the 25th? That's the one at City Hall.
Right, at the 25th, we will have cultural performances. We will have some conversations about African Liberation Day. We will hear all that will happen for this Pan-African Festival this year. So I don't want to give away too much because our executive chair, Sister Zakia Uzoma Wadada, will present that entire festival. What will the festival look like this year? And we have some surprises. So as I said, don't want to give too much away.
Yes.
But it will be very interesting afternoon, a wonderful way to spend the day, the afternoon with us. Join us at 5 o'clock. We know that it's going to be a busy day for African people because there are a number of other events happening on African Liberation Day. The Rastafari movement is having a march in the city, I think from about 11 o'clock in the morning. Group in Kwame Ture Center, they will be hosting at the Kwame Ture Center an African Unity Conference from lunchtime until early in the afternoon. And so there's lots of activities taking place on African Liberation Day. So I invite the public, get out there, go around, listen, and then, of course, join us at City Hall in the afternoon at 5 o'clock. And sit down and enjoy the afternoon. It's going to have lots of cultural presentations for you. You're going to enjoy the conversations that we will be having about reparatory justice and about our theme and the entire, getting to understand what the whole festival will look like this year.
Yeah, where can we find more information on the event as well as, cost, if there's a ticket fee?
Yeah, well, there's no cost for Thursday's event. It's always free. It's African Liberation Day. Since the early 60s and 70s, we've always celebrated African Liberation Day as a free event where people can come and listen and learn and participate. So that event is open to the public at 5 o'clock on Thursday. But you can go to the website, check out the Emancipation Support Committee's Facebook page, our Instagram. We have a beautiful young people in our office who really understand this new technology and are on it. And so there's lots on Facebook and on Instagram that you can check our pages out and find out exactly what's happening and when and what the costs are. And you want to be at everything in the village. When the village opens on the 26th of August this year, or is it the 25th? Let me make sure that I've got my dates right. The blessing of the ground of the village is on the 20th, and we actually open on the 26th. And from the 26th until the bell rings on Emancipation Day, there are activities right through the village. It's always free in the morning times. We open at 10 o'clock, and up until 3 o'clock, access to the village is absolutely free. At 3 o'clock, there's a small fee that you pay to enter the village. And then, of course, there's all the cultural programs in the evenings and so on. And you have access to the entire village. And it's amazing shopping. It's amazing knowledge space. And you must bring the children and your families and just come out and enjoy the that festival. It is definitely there for you. It's for every single person in Trinidad and Tobago, because we understand and we appreciate and we feel it's a very rich society we live in that has these diverse cultures, and to make that diversity, to give it strength, it has to be underpinned by knowledge. We have to know about each other, just as everyone can understand Diwali and support it and have Indian food on that day and visit the by the thousands visit the Diwali Nagar. We invite you to come to the Emancipation Village. See what it is. Come and enjoy the food, the African foods that are prepared there. Find some African garments to wear. Bring your children out. Let them understand what it is the culture of African people is all about. And that way, then, we really have unity and diversity, because we understand each other and we understand the culture of our people.
All right. Yeah. It seems like our viewers are really enjoying the part of the conversation when we delved into the push of African remembrance and memorials in schools. So there's a question that says, why do you think there's so much reluctance by governments, not former or future, but governments, to push African content as a subject in schools?
I really have to say the ugly word, decolonization. We have not, colonization is a heck of a process. It makes us fearful of our own selves. And so people feel, are definitely governments past, all have this fear of introducing rich African history and culture within the education system. I remember many years ago, one of the projects the Emancipation Support Committee used to be engaged in was going to the schools and working with children in the school system to help them prepare them for exams, whether it was the SEA, as we now call it, in those days usually called Common Entrance, or whether it was their O-levels or A-levels, which is now called CSEC and CAPE and so on. We used to go work with schools that were having challenges to help those young children ready themselves for those exams. And one of the interesting questions in the SEA was, there was a question about the contribution of the different cultures to Trinidad and Tobago. So such a question suggests that the teachers should be able to explain that to the children so that they could answer the question and get it right. So I was supporting children in that regard, and I remember asking children in a particular school, which will go unnamed, okay, tell me something about the contribution of the East Indian to Trinidad and Tobago. And all the children put up their hands. They knew the foods, they knew Diwali, they knew the Tassa drum. I asked them about, okay, wonderful, tell me now about the Chinese contribution to Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, they jumped up, double 10, they knew the dragon dance, etc. I then said, okay, tell me the contribution of Africans community to Trinidad and Tobago. The class fell silent.
Wow.
And the children could name no foods. They did not know the vegetables we brought, the okra, the pigeon peas. There was no sense of knowledge about how we prepared it. Even things like callaloo, a simple thing, you would think that the children would be jumping up saying, callaloo, miss, callaloo. No, they had no sense that many of the foods that we eat, that we prepare in our homes, were in fact foods that came with us in our memory. We brought those foods, and sometimes we brought the seeds with us, tucked away in our little pieces of garments, and we explored these foods so that cuckoo and so on.
I love cuckoo.
And we knew nothing about it. Bene, which we talk, you say everybody who goes to Tobago long ago, the children will be screaming, bring back some Bene balls. Everybody wants Bene balls from Tobago. But the Bene is, which is sesame seed. Even the language, calling it Bene, that is an African word. And so we spoke African words without even knowing that we could say an African word. So the school system could teach the children the simple things. Their foods, their language, because everyone knows Bene and says it, penny balls from Tobago. And little things like the congaree, that little creature that you hit it curls up, yes?
Really?
You know, the little young pea that we call it, the local word for it was a congaree. And that word it comes right from the African continent.
Wow.
Congaree. The N sound is silent. And so there's so many words we use all the time. And because we are afraid of our Africanness, and the school has not the curriculum has not accepted that there is that body of knowledge which we can convey to the children when the question comes up on the common entrance question, what is the contribution of Africans to Trinidad and Tobago? There is silence in school.
Yeah. So Dr. Campbell, with that, you know, what would you like to see for the future of the African diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago?
I would like to see us really be able to rid our space of the monuments to colonialism. I'd like to see us be brave enough to say we don't have to have a statue of Christopher Columbus. I would like to have us, because it's a myth. It's a myth. He didn't even land in Trinidad. You know, it's a myth that we've got to get rid of.
Yeah.
But because colonialism is so deep-seated, we cannot even remove the myths.
Yeah. So do you think, this might be a little off topic, but, you know, with the removal of these ships on the coat of arms, do you think that was a step towards, you know, embracing and rectifying that myth?
Yes. Well, yes, that was definitely a step in the right direction to reparatory justice.
Okay.
You know, it was a small step, but a great step. You know, they say one small step for mankind.
Yeah. So I guess now we have to, you know, I think that move would be, it's a small step, yes, but it's such a major shift, you know, in mindset, yeah, what we thought we knew and what we grew up learning in school and what these three ships meant and who Christopher Columbus was, and he played such a vital role in shaping Trinidad and Tobago today, you know, and now that is being completely reworked and the history is being rewritten in a sense.
Myth. It's a myth. It's a myth that was fed to us so that we could be, you know, happy colonials. And at some point we've got to say that nonsense, that mythologies have to be removed. And that's what I'd love to see in the future. I'd love to see us using our space to recognize and acknowledge who we are. And, you know, interestingly, there was no, what shall I say? There was no pushback, if to use the language of the young people, no pushback really in naming parts of the country and street names for the East Indians who worked the plantations in those areas and so on. So you have Ranjit Kumar Street, you have, you know, it's like, hey, nobody disturbed or bothered by that. But to say you've got Kwame Toure's street, it's the most outrageous thing. It's named after Oxford. God knows why. The British named that street Oxford Street, and not a single policy maker can get up in the morning and say, listen, let's be done with Oxford Street already. We have a son of the soil who is acclaimed globally for his contribution to social justice, reparatory justice, for dignity of people globally. And we cannot name that street where he was born, where the house that his father built for the family to live in still exists. We cannot name that street after Kwame Ture.
Wow.
So we've got Oxford Street staring at us all these years.
Do you think that our teachers and our educators are, you know, educated enough themselves to be able to teach our youth, you know, these history, these real history nuggets? You know?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, since 1970, when there was a great disruption of the society, a kind of an opening up of it so that people could see that the way in which we were going was not was not good. It was not good for the society and the people in it. There was a call then for the transformation of the education curriculum, and some efforts have been made. There's some lovely little changes that have taken place, some of them quite significant in the education system. But many of the teachers feel ill-equipped to deliver the curriculum, the interesting parts of the curriculum then, because they feel, oh, I didn't study that, I don't know that, I'm not going to teach it, I'm going to teach this part of the curriculum. So even where some parts have been changed, we've not found teachers who are well prepared enough. And of course that's happening now even more so than then, because history is no longer you hardly find history on the I think I'm trying to remember the numbers, but I can't. The proportion of young people who take history at O levels and A levels is very, very, very small.
Very slim, yes. The last person that I know, I had a friend who did history at A levels, and she went on to do history in university, and I'm like, you don't see that often, you know. Very rare. Her classes were extremely small because of that.
Yes.
But it's difficult.
Yeah, one of the things we had recommended was to the education system was that they needed to provide orientation and training to our teachers in what is called, say in a place like Canada, they call it cultural competency. You see, because if you are short of cultural competency, you cannot recognize different cultures within your environment. And in Canada, they felt that people at different levels in the school system, from primary school to secondary school to universities, sometimes people had knowledge, but not the cultural competency to be able to engage with people of different cultures. And we have people of different cultures in Trinidad and Tobago. And we very often our teachers are short on cultural competency. So they have been very well trained, they are knowledgeable, but in the colonial training, and they cannot see beyond that, and
Is there room for a museum to be open, for the Emancipation Support Committee to open a museum that can help with this?
Absolutely. We did want to do such, and we have developed a proposal, and we actually had bid on some occasion for some buildings that were going up in Port of Spain, that were in Port of Spain, that were unused. And we said, give us one of those and we will definitely put in a African History Museum in such a building. And this is happening all over the Caribbean. Guadeloupe has now the largest and the most significant African History Museum built in the region. A huge museum. I mean, there are some things in it. My husband and I visited. We spent a lot of time going through the museum, and others, scholars, have done so and have looked at the museum and able to point out some of the flaws in the way in which the material is presented. But barring that, the notion that you can have a huge museum dedicated to the contribution of African people to the development of their society is wonderful. And we need to have more of that, so that knowledge is not just shared in the school system and quickly to pass an exam, but that it's spread across the entire society, and we need that.
Well, Dr. Cameron, I think we can safely wrap there.
Well, I really want to thank you. I remind people to come visit us on Thursday. Join us at the City Hall at 5 p.m. It's going to be a wonderful and very interesting evening with lots of surprises about what's going to happen this year at the Pan-African Festival.
So, and just to reiterate, if you guys want to find more information, you can go on their Instagram page, that's their social media, TT_ESC, TT_ESC, Emancipation Support Committee. I see they also have a phone number. Dr. Cameron can, let me know if this is still active, 292-7288. Yes, you can reach out to them for more information. So 292-7288.
Okay.
So I'm hearing from another viewer here saying, I'm going to lobby my representative for the introduction of African studies in schools.
Excellent, excellent. That's what we want. That's what we want and need. And then we will have achieved this reparatory justice.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Thanks so much for joining us on the program. You are so knowledgeable.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Yes, of course.
And do have a good day, everyone.
You
Same
too.
to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right.
Yeah.
So
That was
love that
wonderful
conversation.
I enjoyed that thoroughly, and I hope you guys did as well.
As we come to the end of our program this morning, we do have a little bit of a video to show you guys, because today is actually World Fair Play Day, which celebrates athleticism, it celebrates togetherness and community. So take a look at this video here for more information.
When we play sports, we follow the rules. We stand for universal values, and we are united by these values.
The joint leading goal scorer in this tournament with 6 goals.
When we watch sports, we cheer for our countries and our teams. Sport is emotion, pride, excellence. It is a common universal heritage. Imagine a playing field without integrity. A sport world without respect for the rules. The values that ensure fair competition, gone. This is why it's essential to protect sport through policies, legislations, and international treaties. Governments play a key role in guaranteeing fairness in sport. Coordination at the national and international level and information sharing are the pillars for effective public action that fosters sport values and combats unethical behaviors in sport. No country can address rising global challenges on its own. International cooperation is needed. At the global level, our sport is protected by the International Convention Against Doping in Sport. On the ground, the convention supports public authorities through the Fund for the Elimination of Doping in Sport. Let us harness the power of this unique international norm so that together we can win for real.
All right, so World Fair Play Day is the brainchild of Panathlon Wallonie Bruxelles, which since 2013 has been organizing a week of fair play activities in the month of September. So from September 7th to May 19th. So this is always kind of going on in the background. The date of the 7th of September was not chosen at random. It was actually on September 7th in 1963 that the founding members of what was to become the International Committee for Fair Play met at the initiative of French tennis champion Jean Baratra. So there's a lot of history that kind of formulates or pushes this initiative. So it celebrates athleticism, it celebrates togetherness, community. Yeah, it's a good initiative.
Yeah, I agree. I honestly was not aware of it before. It was pointed out by Jada, but the more I looked into it, I saw how much needed it is among, athletes, and just understanding the meaning and understand the importance of fair play.
And Naomi is an athlete, so...
Oh, please, let's not go there.
So this is something that she could probably speak on for herself, because I know that it comes against the activity of doping in the Olympics. So that's another big push for World Fair Play Day. So it celebrates a lot of different things, but the main thing is that it celebrates togetherness and community. And
yeah, because I mean, fair play is something in competition that athletes, it's a touchy topic, and when you find your athletic counterparts, not being fair in competition, that can really damper your spirit as an individual. And then I think it also opens the conversation where females in athletics were worried about their transgender counterparts in their, in the same category as them. And this was also something that came up when I looked up fair play, or World Day of Fair Play. So.
Through the values of solidarity, friendship, and tolerance, which are the founding core principles of World Fair Play Day, sport and fair play can lead to social cohesion, inclusion, and understanding, transcending language and borders. So it's for everybody, every man. So fair play celebrates the values that sports provides, encourages respect, equality, and integrity. So it's for everyone. All right. So I'm not sure. Do we want to do some more update videos for our viewers?
Yeah, we can do one more.
Yes. All right. So, just need to take one moment here.
We can actually touch on, if we have that video ready, Mexico. This was an interesting one. Yeah. So, I think this could be considered entertainment news. The Mexican government has filed a lawsuit against Full Circle Media. This is the production company behind YouTuber Mr. Beast's recent video featuring Mayan archaeological sites, including Chichen Itza, which is one of the 7 wonders of the world. So look at this video, please.
On this 2,000-year-old ancient temple!
Tonight, Mexican authorities suing a company they say helped YouTube megastar Mr. Beast produce this now viral video.
Why is this not in a museum? Why is a YouTuber holding this? Get this away from me.
Titled, I Explored 2,000-Year-Old Ancient Temples. The video has racked up over 60 million views in less than a week.
This is the door to the inside of this massive Mayan temple.
Authorities say the video taken inside the nation's ancient pyramids violated the terms of government permissions.
We're gonna visit this bad boy.
In the video, Mr. Beast, whose real name is James Donaldson, explores ancient Mayan cities in southeastern Mexico.
Can I take one home?
Well, I do. We'll go to jail.
I would go to jail?
Yes, sir.
At one point, the influencer, who has 395 million subscribers on YouTube, surprised at the level of access.
I can't believe the government's letting us do this.
And in another moment, advertising his snack product.
The only Mayan-approved snack on the planet.
In the video's caption, the internet celebrity thanks Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History for allowing him to film. But the agency who filed the suit saying in a statement that it gave the firm representing Mr. Beast, Full Circle Media, permission to film at the sites, but not monetize the video, and that they are now demanding compensation for damages. Adding, the INAH condemns those who, for commercial gain and private profit, dare to distort the value of archaeological sites, which are a legacy of our indigenous cultures and the pride of our nation. Full Circle Media did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. A statement released on Mr. Beast's behalf by a source close to him, saying in part, this video was meant to highlight these treasured Mayan sites in Mexico. No advertisement material was shown at any archaeological sites overseen by INAH. So it's unfortunate that this has turned into a political issue. On Wednesday, Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum saying her administration will look into the conditions under which the YouTuber was granted access and what sanctions might apply if any permit was violated.
And Kathy Park joins us now. So, Kathy, Mexico's president in your piece saying that they will look into the conditions under which Mr. Beast was granted access. That seems to imply access to these ruins is a highly selective and formal process. Is that true?
Yeah, Ellison, it is quite a process, and it requires interested parties to go through INAH, the agency in Mexico that safeguards a country's cultural heritage. So whether you are filming or for research, by law, you're required to apply for a permit, and requests are not easily granted. And while we don't know the full details of the permits that were issued for Mr. Beast, we saw throughout the video that he posted onto YouTube that INAH personnel, Mexican officials, were with him the entire time.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
So the video title, I explored 2,000-year-old ancient temples. And, you know, as you saw in the video, this video garnered nearly 65 million views. The Mexican authorities allege that the video violated permit terms by promoting Mr. Beast's Feastable snack brand, which I watched the video, and from the time I saw that, I'm like, okay, this is where the problem is. It's not because he's also making money from YouTube where the video was posted, but it's the fact that he promoted his recently launched chocolate snack, peanut butter snack. It says effectively using the heritage site for commercial purposes. The National Institute of Anthropology and History is seeking compensation and public retraction and a public retraction of the promotion of the snack, right? So my opinion of this, when Mr. Beast promoted that snack, it was during, because he camped out, not on the archaeological sites, but he camped out near the sites, right? Because he was spending, I believe, he was trying to make up 100 hours of exploring these archaeological sites. And where they went on their campsite, which was just off of the archaeological site, they were enjoying a Mexican dinner, and Mr. Beast pulled out his snack, the feastable snack, and they started eating it. But the thing is, he made a comment, and he said, this is the only snack, he said it was the only, it's a Mayan snack, basically. He said the Mayans basically, what's the word? I can't, the word is not coming to me.
Created.
Yeah, so the Mayan snack is this is the only snack approved by the Mayans, right? Okay. And it's not, because
it was a joke.
You know, it was a joke. It was a promotional joke, and he was just making a reference to the fact that this is where they are, and you know, this is his snack. But they took that a little too far, or maybe they took it a little too personal, and.
But the thing is, if you watch Mr. Beast's videos, this is what he does. He goes to places for hours, days, sometimes months, and he comes out and he learns, and he gives credit to the places that he goes to.
Always. Just before this video, he has another one where he explored the pyramids, and it was the same thing. The only thing, though, I found was strange in the video when I watched it. So these archaeological temples in Mexico, they are completely off limits to the public, and this is because of past interaction where they allow tourists to enter these temples, and tourists will defame the temples and write on the walls or write their names, or you know, just completely disregard the fact that these are ancient temples,
and it needs to be protected.
And they will just do what they want. So the government of Mexico prohibited completely any access from tourists inside these temples. You can still go and view, but you cannot touch or walk through.
Even Mr. Beast himself said, "I can't believe the government is letting us do this. It's truly crazy. Not even archaeologists are allowed in here."
You know, and he got this access, and this was through a company. He got the permission to do it, and he had to sign a contract on it as well. I don't believe that Mr. Beast broke any of the contract rules. We will follow it and see, but in my view, I watched the video. The video was he was so thorough in walking through the different temples and just showing what these temples are about. He gave history. He had the tour guides speaking throughout the videos. The video was very educational, and I think it is good for Mexico. You know, it highlighted it. It made me want to go and see these temples myself. You know, so. I don't think he will lose this lawsuit.
But if it's one thing, he keeps his lawyers busy though, because
he's constantly. This is nothing new for Mr. Beast, you know. But his videos are extremely educational as much as they are entertaining. Sometimes they could be a bit excessive because he's a very extreme individual when it comes to his videos. He does very extreme challenges. He always puts himself in a near-death experience, but that's entertainment. So,
yes. So, moving swiftly along, just a little bit of lighter news that I really wanted to touch on because it warmed my heart when I heard the story. So, this happened in Jamaica. A 70-year-old street vendor who is usually found at the bus stop between Spanish Town and the health center. She and her husband, Lester Pitt, are now fostering some children. So medical complications would have shattered her dream of becoming a mother, and that was devastating for her. But then she got into fostering children. She learned more about it. And here she speaks about her experience as a foster mom.
I just love to have children around me, and I cannot be alone. I want to have children around me. I rather know, so I give them something to eat and I do without. If needed, really have it. Or make a big mansion for them and take them in and see if I can get help, just to help them. And I am foster caring for 16 years. One Sabbath I come from church and I was lying on my veranda. And like I was sleeping and then like I hear a voice say, visit the children home. And when I went there, I saw a little girl. And the little girl called me and said to me, say, you is my mother? And I say, yes. So I visit her, carry things to her. When me go now, the lady for the home said to me, say, why you don't take her? I said, I cannot take her. She said, yes, I want to tell you how you can take her. Went up to the office and explained and tell them, so you identify a child. We start with the girl about in November, and by January, I get the little girl. Till now, Miss Brown called me next time and said, Mr. Michael, we have a little boy here. Can you take care of him? He is 4-year-old, but him look like 2. And I said, okay, Miss Brown, I will take him. But even when I sit down here, sometimes I see some of them pass. And my heart goes out for them. I end up fostering 3, 2 boys and a girl. I got pregnant in my younger age and it's going my wrong through. And the doctor, after the operation, either the child or my life. Might be true, I don't have any of my own. It just take my mind off what happened to me. I just love to have children around me. You understand me? I cannot be alone. I want to have children around me. Long time me doing this. From me living in Kingston. By doing a park, I used to sell right. And this by doing a park plaza till me move and me reach in Spanish Town. The church helped me and get a little something from the government. Sometime I with the woman and say, Lord, I don't have the money. And quick time, me and my husband come with something. Because him hustle to you and go out and sell on Sunday day. My favorite moment is when my birthday and them surprise me. Yeah, when I'm my birthday, like my birthday, I will come the 28th, you know. Excitement. Things coming at the house and I don't know. I don't know. And when them start dress me up and when me look, me see all different kind of things. You understand? My biggest excitement, my birthday.
And that was Mrs. Dorrit Michael. She says that she would actually be open to fostering more children. In fact, she joked that she would build a big mansion to house just as many children as she possibly could. She's going to send the husband to work and I'm going to stay home and take care of the children.
I think that story is so beautiful to hear. People who are so passionate about kids and safeguarding kids and children they're keepers because our kids need that. Our kids need a safe space, especially kids who are in government systems.
Or sometimes just street kids.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like, especially as a woman, she doesn't have much to give, but whatever she has, she gives. Yeah. And that is very heartwarming.
And even her name, I just wanted to mention this, her name, Dorrit Michael. She just sounds happy. Saying her name just puts a smile on your face.
Yes,
so it goes well with who she is, you know.
It's a beautiful thing. She says, well, most of the children are now adults, some of them who live overseas. So like, this is what she's done for them. She's given them a chance at a life. So they live overseas and they've started their own families. As Michael said, the connection still remains strong and they still come to visit her, which is, I love that. Yeah. It just warms my heart. It's just because it's just full circle moment. You're impacting somebody's life in a positive way, and then they're able to come and impact your life again in a positive way. And so I'm really happy that
these are things that we need to see more of, and things that we need to highlight more, because we have to be, and this is an example of being your brother's keeper. You know, in a world where things could be so dark, it's very important, very, very important to have people, and to you yourself, be caring, be kind, be nice, or do something, extraordinary that just puts a smile on somebody's face,
I'm really happy that the government of Jamaica made it their mission to recognize her for her work, because that's amazing. And she's still a vendor.
Yeah.
She's still a vendor. She's still doing what she loves best, and she's still seeing about kids, children, even if she's not actually fostering them at the moment. So it's really amazing
and
to see.
Highlighting things like this and stories like this encourages other people to do the same. So when there's no more Doris Michael, there would be somebody else who will take her place. So that was a nice story to end the show with, because we've come to the end. Up next on WESN, we do have Sean Michael Small with Talking Points, so make sure and stay tuned for that show.
So as we end, we always have a quote for you guys. So this one is actually from the Pan-African Committee. They said, Columbus made me a Trinidadian, God made me an African. That was from Elma Francois. She would have said that in 2014 after a Pan-African concert. Again, Columbus made me a Trinidadian, God made me an African.
I have a little thing. So based on what Dr. Cambon, said, and she reiterated a couple of times, Columbus didn't make us Trinidadians, because that what we learn about that history is a myth. So I get the quote, but based on So, but I think we do have to remember that, because it's not the first time. That the history of what we know of Columbus is not true. And these are things that we have to now unlearn in order to give respect to the real history of our country and what really makes us Trinidadians. But, as people say, God is a Trini, so maybe God made us African and Trinis.
I think so. All right, so as you know, you can always go to our social media to engage with us. If you want to speak with us off air or on air, you can. Head to WESN CC on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook, it's WESN TV, or you can WhatsApp us on the number you see on the screen. It's 682-9376.
Yeah, so stay safe, guys. Stay inspired, stay informed, and stay tuned for Talking Point with Sean Michael Small. We'll see you back here again tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.
WESN.
Her voice has mesmerized us for years.
And now, in a rare treat for music fans,
Shakuntala and Friends in concert, featuring Shakuntala Jang Bahadur. Singing sensation Deval Chaitlal, brilliant musician Dr. Shivanan Maharaj, master flautist and saxophonist Narendra Maharaj, with music from Shiv Sangeet Orchestra, Shakuntala and Friends in concert.
Shakuntala.
Low energy? Heart concerns? Migraines slowing you down? It's time to take control of your health. Join Wellness Unlocked, the series that brings expert advice and real solutions for a healthier you. In our latest episode, learn how Jameson CoQ10 can help support heart health, boost energy, and even reduce migraines. Get the science, the stories, and the steps to power up your health with CoQ10. Don't miss Wellness Unlocked. Watch now on WESN and start your wellness journey today.
Maybe he landed here totally by coincidence. But if by chance he's admiring your fresh coat of Benjamin Moore soft sky blue, well, that's a pretty high compliment. Coming from an expert.
Hi, I'm Claudette, radiographer
and the radiology departments at the community hospital. We offer high-quality service with state-of-the-art equipment in X-ray, ultrasound, CT, and mammogram. Come, our friendly staff awaits you.
Give us a call at 235-5479.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title. It's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God, so we cannot have a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's been the victim,
right,
or the man has been the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
SM Group International Limited, your solutions partner for the latest innovations, brands, and competent staff to meet your needs. We provide products and services in the following divisions: executive services, event rental and services, power and heavy equipment, construction and property management, food and beverage, aggregate and sales and distribution. Check out more on our products and services at www.smgrouptt.com. Contact us at 221-7445 or email at info@smgrouptt.com. We are SM Group International, your solutions partner.
WESN.
One of the things that I wanted out of the election was something that broke the mold, something that sent a clear message to the politicians that it couldn't just be business as usual. Now, the results ran the risk of potentially the UNC kind of trading attitudes with the PNM because they would have gotten such a clear mandate that would have given them confidence moving forward. But there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, a line that the previous administration didn't necessarily respect. And one could argue it's questionable if they understood it. But given how the cabinet was rolled out, given some of the messaging given, even before the election day itself, there were signs that to some extent the UNC at least weren't going to go head first straight into the is we time now, we could do whatever we want kind of attitude that some election results could yield. Just look at America as the most recent example. When you have such a wide gulf between you and the next guy. The post-analysis of the situation has been interesting. We don't necessarily know what internally the UNC and PNM think of themselves and think of the results, but some of it is gleaned by clues that you could discern, you could infer from, you could analyze from their communications and actions, how they're dealing with the situation. What are they saying about the situation? How are they responding to those results? With regards to the UNC, current administration, to some extent they've been doing pretty good. The concerns are actually not necessarily with regards to that, but rather there were certain campaign promises being made, and now it'll be interesting to see how they're all going to be kept. Not just about how they're all going to be financed, but remember, there's a coalition of interests, and some of those interests are having to get their quid pro quo. But with the PNM, on the other hand, it was interesting to see that, to some extent, the expectation for the PNM, given such a full-on, serious, unambiguous butt-whooping, I do believe Stephen A. Smith used that to describe the American election, and that's the PG version, one would think they would be a bit more decisive on analyzing what it means for them moving forward, as opposed to what seemingly is a situation where the internal politics, I don't know, I said long ago, I think the PNM is more democratic than UNC. At the time, I think, you know, my panel essentially kind of looked at me funny. But I do think that ironically we're seeing, and I'm not pro-dictator nor pro-communist, but we're seeing how in one case, the leader who had a lot of authority over her party has come out ahead, in part because she ain't making some of the same mistakes last time. And she brought in outsiders to form a cabinet, respected outsiders, who hopefully will be more effective than when the PNM did for the post of Attorney General and Keith Rowley's last Attorney General appointee. But I already had issues with some of the public utterances besides that of the political leader of the PNM. I have no issues for the most part with Penelope Beckles and things that she said. And I was hoping that the party would follow her lead, but to some extent it seemed as though they can't or they won't. I don't know which one it is. But one of the people whose public utterances I find too little too late, and more on that in the Daily Review as well, but too little too late now, is the public relations officer, who lost his seat, by the way. He lost San Fernando West. He was the local government minister presiding over losing ground in the local government elections. And to some extent, one must wonder, what has he done as PRO of the party? Except now, after a crushing defeat, where he himself lost his seat, he's coming out as a very public person, almost as if he's clinging to the public relations officer post. One of the things that he did, which caused a strong reaction by one of his opposing peers, is to try to provide analysis for defeat. And from what I understand, the swing vote stayed home in 2025. There was a swing vote, and that's why the UNC People's Partnership won in 2010, but that swing vote stayed home, and that's why there was a drop in votes for the PNM this time. And Philip Alexander said it's an attempt at damage control, and that the numbers on both sides are quite clear. And to some extent, given that I looked at the numbers last week, I can't disagree with Philip on this one. Because the fact of the matter is, no, I don't think anybody thinks it's a swing vote. Because if you're talking about a swing vote, you're talking about something like 20 to 50,000 voters back in 2010 went for the partnership, if so much. But Mr. Manning's slate still got 280,000 plus. So essentially, you're still missing, at best, 60,000 votes between that time and now, right? If you want to say the swing votes went to the partnership last time and they didn't show up this time, but you had 280-something thousand votes last time. You have 220,000 votes this time. That difference, minimum, means if that's the base, you lost 60,000. But that's assuming that the voters will swing. It's not as though we were like at 80% voter turnout or 90% voter turnout or something like that. This year was 54%. The drop was so much. The drop in votes for the PNM was so much that even with an increase in the votes of the UNC, and that, I believe, does not count votes for the TPP. So there was a significant increase for opposition parties coming out of the last term of office. That's even more than just the UNC votes alone. And that still wasn't enough to prevent a net drop by 4%. Also, population technically would have increased by some statistically relevant amount. Again, voter turnout dropped by 4%. That's how bad the drop was. Everybody else gained ground. The TPP didn't contest a general election before today, or at least I think if they did, it wasn't, obviously it was not successful. So everybody else gained ground. 20,000 votes went to the Patriotic Front. 20,000 votes. It seems small, but when you're actually looking now at the analysis. So I think it might be something along the lines of, to non-PNM parties, 370 to 390,000 votes went the other way, and yet it still wasn't enough to prevent 54%, down from 58%. I'm not entirely sure exactly what damage control is hoping to be done, because I feel too many people in the PNM, because I've heard people say they don't understand the attitude of PNM supporters from more than one source. And I don't know if to some extent the PNM, the current interim PNM executive, because apparently every post is up for the interim election, needs to take a hard look at themselves and stop drinking the Kool-Aid that they themselves serve or that their supporters hand to them. That's an analogy. In other words, stop listening to your own hype. Stop listening to yes men, because I'm wondering how many yes men are surrounding the PNM interim executive, some of whom are not technically only interim. They are holdovers from the last PNM executive. Because, as I said before last week, why does it seem as though in a defeat they are doubling down with the very same attitude that caused them to be defeated? To put it another way, that is a losing attitude, that is a loser's mentality. And according to Albert Einstein, the definition of insanity, because you're essentially saying, oh, no, we were right, you know. The public just didn't know what they were doing when 100,000 people dropped us like a bad habit. So I had to agree with Philip on this one. I have to. The difference is, Philip, of course, is part of the current administration. You know, I am more than ready to criticize the former administration, but it's not my fault that the current opposition party doesn't know how to not put their foot in the mouth when they're not even in government anymore. It's incredible. It's almost like if it didn't necessarily have anything to do with them being in government, but rather, at least in some cases, it had more to do about their own inadequacies, inability, lack of proficiency, some meritocracy, eh? Meanwhile, former General Secretary of PNM is hoping for new blood, pointing to the fact that when Mr. Manning was made opposition leader, he brought in new blood. But I'll go one better. When Dr. Keith Rowley became opposition leader, that was also a change. And while I would argue Penelope Beckles is a political leader that would signify a change in the party, given the fact that there's so many holdovers, for better or worse, I don't know to what extent that change is being done effectively, because it's almost like if there are a couple of people in the PNM that want to be like Dr. Keith Rowley, but they can't. You'll just be a lesser version of somebody who already was, at least in some circles, controversial. But to some extent, I could appreciate the positives of Dr. Keith Rowley. And this might seem funny to some people, but go with me on this. It's one thing for Keith Rowley to be who he is. We know who he is. You kind of accept the good with the bad. They handle COVID reasonably well in some respects, But these other substitute Rowleys not working out. They're trying to follow an example that they fully don't understand. And then it's almost like if they don't understand why people don't like it. Well, no offense, but even Dr. Keith Rowley admitted he lost his election. So I don't necessarily understand what is it that you're trying to do, because it's not just lesser versions of their former leader, but dare I say, they really don't even understand how he operated. Because there were things he could have done that they can't do, and they need to understand that. There are things he could have said and get away with that they can't get away with, and they need to understand that. Meanwhile, Mr. Ford, former General Secretary, he's warning not to put losers as senators. That'll be a hell of a thing to see if that happens or not. Because, of course, you can't change how the MPs, that they are democratically voted in. But you can't select your 6 opposition senators. And if we see a slate made up of former administration members, well, then they're saying change. Even if with a new political leader, this is not change, this is doubling down on nonsense. And not saying that you can't put 1, maybe 2. It's up to whoever the political leader is. Maybe it's Penelope Beckles, maybe it's somebody else. But if we see 6 former administration people, I don't know about that. But we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, in what might be a complete, and again, this is to tell you how it's almost like if they don't really know what they're doing, as much as they are not dumb people. They are not dumb, right? A lot of them, they're eloquent, they have a good command of the English language, they could communicate complicated points and display understanding of complex issues well. But in what world do you just go through an exercise where you had to try to justify the prime minister retiring and putting a prime minister in, and that person will be the candidate for prime minister, effectively, unofficially, because there's nothing official. Usually the political leader is informally the candidate for prime minister, right? But I don't think that has to be declared. There's no official status for that. There's not like PNM nominee for President Stuart Young, but essentially that's what he was. Meanwhile, Dr. Rowley stays as a political leader. It was a precarious situation that a lot of people didn't like. It was fully legal, and I will stand by that. But I did say it would have been better if Stuart Young had the mandate of an inter-election. Now, party wants to say, well, we need to move forward with the political leader, opposition leader being the same person. But how it's being framed, it's almost like if they don't want to acknowledge what they did to lose the election publicly, because that would be egg on my face. Not my face, rhetorically, I'll be egg on whoever the PNM is face. But the flip side is, at least, I haven't paid close attention to every which way that they communicated this, but it makes it sound more like, oh, we knew we messed up. We just don't have the guts to admit it. We don't have the guts to address it. We don't have the maturity to know how to communicate our way around the issue, so we're going to ignore what happened then, which was less than a month ago, right? 2.5 weeks ago. We're going to ignore that history. We're going to ignore what happened for most of 2025, right? Because we don't know how to deal with it. We don't know how to utilize humility. And we don't have big boy pants to put on to eat crow, take our bitter medicine, and figure out a way forward while showing that we could be fully accountable. Because to some extent, and this is the dark side of politics, there are a lot of people who were not just eating a food that were to some extent dependent on the administration remaining in power. And now they're left out in the cold. And while I don't necessarily think that's a good enough reason for the PNM to have, oh, we should have voted. No, the democratic process is the democratic process. I don't hold the results against anybody. I don't think the results should be reversed. But I will still acknowledge the fact that there are some people in a pitiful situation. To some extent, it's their fault. It is what it is. But to some extent, that's the society we have crafted. So, it's a politically sound move. One political analyst said, it's the obvious move. It's the obvious attempt at damage control. Damage control seemingly is the word of the day, or the words of the day for the PNM. But it's so obvious that it's damage control in the sense of, oh, well, we're not really sorry. We don't really think it's our fault. We're not really looking to hold ourselves responsible. But we acknowledge that we have to sound as though we're doing these things to try and move on. That's what it looks like. That's what it sounds like. That's how it's playing in my head. Maybe I'm wrong. And herein lies the problem. A weak opposition will eventually lead to a government going off the rails because they have no one to hold them to account. Unless the media does a good enough job. But generally speaking, politicians will find excuses to ignore the media. Look, the PNM, with only, 22 seats, did that for 10 years. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll go into the daily review. Stay tuned to talk about the WSN, Content Capital Show. Michael Small, we'll be right back after this.
Her voice has mesmerized us for years.
And now, in a rare treat for music fans,
Shakuntala and Friends in concert, featuring Shakuntala Jang Bahadur. Singing sensation Deval Chaitlal, brilliant musician Dr. Shivanan Maharaj, master flautist and saxophonist Narendra Maharaj, with music from Shiv Sangeet Orchestra, Shakuntala and Friends in concert.
Shakuntala.
If these walls could talk, they'd cry uncle. They didn't plan to become offices or yoga studios. But they've stood by us, even when we got a little stir-crazy. For that, they deserve some thanks. They deserve Benjamin Moore.
Low energy? Heart concerns? Migraines slowing you down? It's time to take control of your health. Join Wellness Unlocked, the series that brings expert advice and real solutions for a healthier you. In our latest episode, learn how Jameson CoQ10 can help support heart health, boost energy, and even reduce migraines. Get the science, the stories, and the steps to power up your health with CoQ10. Don't miss Wellness Unlocked. Watch now on WESN and start your wellness journey today.
All right, welcome back to Talk About, going straight into the daily review. And even if you've been living under a rock, I don't think you would have been able to avoid the fact that we got a lot of rain yesterday. And by a lot of rain, we're looking at flooding across Trinidad. The Minister of Local Government, or the Ministry of Local Government, confirmed localized flooding reported in Diego Martin, Borough Corporation, Cuba, Tapaki, Talparo Regional Corporation, San Juan, Lavantil, Sangre Grande, Chagonas, Borough Corporation, Princestown, Penal de Bay. All those corporations reported localized flooding, and it might not just be limited to that. There was also work being done in Tunapuna, Pialco, the Prime Minister and all, essentially sent her MPs out, and there were some reports that the MPs were out on the field, not just the Minister of Local Government, but here's the thing. So right now, the mayor of Chagonas is blaming the PNM administration for flooding that is occurring in his borough. And I don't know exactly how true this is. I don't live there. I don't know who didn't do what. I don't know what the expenditure was. I would hope that as time goes on, more details about this comes out. Otherwise, it's a narrative that probably, it'll be difficult to maintain, in the sense that if you want to make a claim like this, it should be relatively easy, at least to give us some initial evidence. Then if you don't do that, I'm not necessarily looking to run with everything just because it's bad talking to PNM. I have no agenda against PNM. That said, I want to say this up front. Regardless of the reality of the situation, the previous administration essentially set themselves up to look bad, because to some extent you can't blame the UNC for the flooding. They've only been in office 19 days, less than a month, right? These sorts of things are long-term problems. I will always say, when the Keith Rowley administration came into power for its first term of office, within, I think it was the first 6 months, there were issues with the ferry service. Those were inherited because they were long-term issues with regards to maintenance, or rather poor maintenance, due to long and short political interference, or political decisions. Let me not say interference. 19 days in, I have to give the same level of understanding to the new administration. But it goes a little bit deeper than that. First of all, we know that local government bodies, whether UNC or PNM, weren't necessarily getting the funds that they would like to get, right? And that includes the THA. And that includes the THA under the PNM. But then, let's not forget what happened with some of these situations where the then local government minister, remember when he became local government minister, there was warnings about bad weather. I can't remember, I believe it was more than yellow alert. They had a whole press conference, a whole dog and pony show, right? They brought out him and a couple other ministers and the ODPM and all of these stakeholders, and they had everything put in place, and da-da-da-da-da. And then what happened? We got light rain, nothing much happened, nothing to see here, moving on. And then the next time there was a warning, he did nothing, publicly at least. He didn't show anywhere near the same response as last time, and then we had heavy rains and flooding and the whole 9 yards. Meanwhile, the current local government minister has been quite public in her appearances over this issue, in the field. And she was actually in the field quite public and essentially showing off even before. So this is not like, oh, photo opportunity. Now, again, I don't know how effective she's going to be in the long run, and I did think to myself, let's see how long the budget allocation will hold up for all the initiatives she's trying to do. Because to some extent, that was one of the things limiting ministers in the past. Budget. The difference is her predecessor, dare I say, and this is why or rather, this is one of the reasons why I don't really want to hear him now after he lost his seat and his party got kicked out of the government. Because arguably, his performance was one of the key performances that was unsatisfactory. And we ain't even reached the PRO stuff yet. Because the way how he handled his public communication and his public responsibilities compared to the current Minister of Public Utilities, and I know that she's going to have her detractors, Faiz Awari looked politically immature. There's no other way to put it. Because it seemed as though the only thing he cared about was the optics. And when he brought out all of the pageantry of a press conference and nothing happened, he failed to understand that sometimes can be the case. But the response was appreciated. And by not doing it the next time, when there was heavy rain, by not putting the same amount of effort from his individual perspective to communicate to the public, to make himself available to the public, it made it seem as though, well, the first time he did it, it was literally all optics, and then it seemed like he felt he was burned by the situation and embarrassed, so he ain't doing that again. And the response the second time after fell flat, at least publicly, to me. It showed a complete lack of awareness with regards to leadership functions, communication functions, managing expectations, etc., etc. And more importantly, for someone who apparently has political ambitions, it showed political immaturity. Now again, Khadija Amin, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, I don't know to what extent she can maintain the level of activity she has shown. And to some extent now, we do have to wonder how much of these now flood initiatives or anti-flood initiatives are going to cut into the available budget that remains. They're still operating under the 2024 budget that was put in Parliament last year. So it's not the best situation for any administration to be in. I won't necessarily completely hold it against them if they have budgetary constraints. But at the same time, how they manage the constraints that they're granted, they still can be judged by. Meanwhile, Minister of Agriculture, he is looking to revisit the compensation process to farmers. And one farmer in a report in the news, they pointed out, people, they kind of question this whole kind of thing, why the farmers want compensation, but they don't necessarily understand the way how agriculture works. You invest so much money, and it's essentially all gone because for the most part, if crops are in flood waters, it is advised that those crops are essentially for human consumption worthless. Depends on the crop. I think if it was rice, maybe, because, you know, rice is done in water, but even then, the damage to the crop, first of all, you're assuming the crop might be in a physical condition that it could essentially survive or it was completed. But who knows, right? It might not have reached the point where it could have been harvested. And then even if it did, again, the flood waters, bacteria, all kind of things could make the crop unsafe for human consumption. So there's a national issue because if the farmers essentially go bust, eventually we'll run out of farmers. That whole thing about food security, some of us, like yours truly, doesn't want that to just be lip service, right? We want to see agriculture develop. So to some extent, you have to provide for a rainy day if, and especially if, and this is again going back, there are concerns that certain drainage systems were not dealt with thoroughly enough. And I think what the minister has pointed to is, he's pointed to, okay, they may have done some clearing, but then he's looking at down the line, the tributaries, all of the subsystems for the drainage plan, for the water flows, right? Upstream and downstream of the location. How were they dealt with? A whole drainage system is not just what's next to the farm. You have to look at all the way downstream. Because if you have a blockage at any point, it's just going to back up. So it was a good point that he made, but again, to some extent, because this is throwing a lot of shade on the PNM, and it makes sense because they themselves limited expenditure on a lot of things. As much as they did spend some money on clearing waterways, they limited expenditure on a lot of things. So it goes in line with what looked to be the expenditure philosophy of the then Keith Rowley administration. It's not our fault that they did not necessarily have a different vision and they did not communicate it with us. So we could just go by with what the vision they displayed, whether intentional or not, and that is cut costs, cut expenditure. Cool! But now when we have complaints by various ministers and various other stakeholders, we have had drainage problems not being cleared, not being maintained, waterways not being maintained, underfunding the maintenance of these things. In the long run, it's just a matter of time. Makes sense. Also, it was flooding during the PNM administration multiple times. So it's not like all of a sudden, the first year it started to flood. All right, to wrap things up, the meteorological office is basically saying this could be signs of starting of the wet season. Right? We're on the verge of the official start of the wet season. I think there's a tropical wave coming in. So the intertropical convergence is gradually migrating northward. It was expected to be isolated thunderstorm activity today. Once confirmed, this may trigger the start of the 2025 wet season based on the TTMS's criteria. Meanwhile, we're still under yellow level alert. So just be cognizant of the fact, right? Apparently, not all areas were hit the same. And this is one of those things where drainage, infrastructure, and to some extent tied to roadworks, I'll be looking at this very much with regards to the current administration to see how they could tackle this. Not entirely sure if they can do it very well. We have to wait and see. But with regards to the current administration, so far it's okay, so good. Of course, these are things where the final judgment will be based on the long-term performance. Meanwhile, for the opposition party, to some extent, this is casting shade on them, whether they like it or not. This is all part of having to eat crow, humble yourself, and learn from your mistakes, because these were born from the long-run patterns of expenditure, trends in expenditure over the last 10 years. There's no other way to put it. If this was a year from now, that'll be different. Then we could start to say, but why didn't the UNC do anything about this that whole year? But we can't say that in 19 days. So, you know what? To some extent, it's bad luck for the PNM, but it is what it is. I hope this is a wake-up call, because one of the corporations that flooded was Digger Martin. I just hope that residents of Digger Martin, I think it was Digger Martin Central, aren't trying to somehow blame the UNC all of a sudden, because in 19 days, they didn't figure out all of the flood woes of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, is it all the PNM's fault? We don't necessarily know for sure, which is why I say I would like to get more evidence on the matter. But the perception at the end is what it is. Set yourselves up. Unforced errors from your side of the line. You only have yourselves to blame. You're not making my job any easier, because instead of advancing discussions to more mature, constructive fields, I'm left having to analyze nonsense politics. And again, I will end this topic with something I said earlier. If the opposition is weak, human psychology says it will only be a matter of time before the government majority, unchecked, will potentially start to do foolishness. Not all of them. That's why I said potentially. But more likely than not, some of them at the very least. Human nature is a very, very funny thing. Even good people could be led astray by basic human psychological feelings. And that's why you have to, with regards to your friends and your family, you can't take it for granted. You do what you can to pull them up. You do what you can to pull up your elected officials. It's not quite the same thing. You don't have quite the same levels, but you still need to do that. because I don't know if we could depend on the opposition to do it. We've seen what 10 years of that was like. Now roles reverse. Don't expect it to magically be that much different. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll welcome our guest. Stay tuned. This is Talking About WSN. We'll be right back after this.
Low energy? Heart concerns? Migraines slowing you down? It's time to take control of your health. Join Wellness Unlocked, the series that brings expert advice and real solutions for a healthier you. In our latest episode, learn how Jameson CoQ10 can help support heart health, boost energy, and even reduce migraines. Get the science, the stories, and the steps to power up your health with CoQ10. Don't miss Wellness Unlocked. Watch now on WESN and start your wellness journey today.
Her voice has mesmerized us for years.
And now, in a rare treat for music fans,
Shakuntala and Friends in concert, featuring Shakuntala Jangbahadur, singing sensation Deval Chaitlal, brilliant musician Dr. Shivanan Maharaj, master flautist and saxophonist Narendra Maharaj, with music from Shiv Sangeet Orchestra, Shakuntala and Friends in concert.
Shakuntala.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title. It's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, The Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity, from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really want
to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services, yeah.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh. Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
Welcome back to Talking Point Show. Michael Small here, joined by acting ASP Christopher Arun, TTPS Media Ambassador. Good morning, sir. Glad to have you back.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back.
And as you were coming in, I didn't realize it at the time, but I thought you was on other business. But as you're coming in, you were still consulting with one of your colleagues.
Yeah.
With regards to the question posed last week by one of the callers, with regards to a certain intersection turning, if you're going westward, turning by the church to go up the street there, George Cabral Street, based on the law, not only is that turn illegal, but also if you're coming from the opposite direction to cross the road, that also is not allowed currently by the law.
Correct. From the Lockport Street side, you can't turn left. You can't come straight across.
You can't come straight across and you can't turn right.
No.
And that street is a one-way street, Lockport Street. So you can't, obviously you can't turn left anyway.
What they said, the only legal option you have is to take the street before, which is Salazar Street.
Right.
Take your right turn or whatever to get to George Cabral Street. Or go down to the roundabout at Westmall and come back around.
Yes. Go back to the roundabout at Westmall. Yeah. Now, and we were speaking of here, in my mind, this doesn't make sense because I do believe in the past you could have made that turn or you could have gone across. And I do think maybe the last time, I can't remember, it could have been during COVID. So, of course, you know, the roads were a lot clearer. I don't know if this was in place way back then.
Right.
But the last time I think I was on like that road and to go across, it was a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
In my mind, the only thing that makes sense is if it was because people were wordless and they were rushing to go across and they got stuck on the red light in the middle of the intersection.
Probably that was the case. But, I mean, there is a traffic management system in place that works alongside the St. James Police, and I think that would have been their decision at that time. I don't know if it's relevant now, but that was their decision then.
Right, because like just right here on the next corner, right? Because this is a one-way this is a one-way street. So to Gataka Street, there's a sign that says no right turn.
Correct.
Right? And why that's relevant is twofold. One, there's no practical reason why you can't turn right. It's not like the street is blocked off or whatever, right?
No.
But it seems like a management.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's heavy traffic heading east. So therefore, if you try to take a right, you'll be blocking the traffic heading west. And therefore,
because I've seen that on a morning where I'm stuck trying to come up the road.
Yeah.
And it's because somebody is looking to turn right when they're not supposed to turn right. And you're just watching the traffic be solid, right? As much as you could see, right? Going in that direction that they want to turn into. Meanwhile, once they're out of the way, traffic starts to flow because it's heading westerly.
Exactly.
Because people want to go into town, essentially, right?
Yeah.
More often than not.
Yeah, and if members of the public feel that it's not the best decision, they could also consult with their representative or the district, the council or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
So try to speak to some people.
Somebody,
My thing is, again, that sign needs to be further back because too many people miss it.
I think so too, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Although some of them might be regulars and they're just worthless, and I'll leave it there, right?
Yeah.
But one of the things that this touched on, because we had callers calling on it throughout the week, right? And on Friday, I think in particular. And one of the things is regards to the demerit point system.
Correct.
I think one of the things that at least the callers pointed out, and we on the show pointed out too, and appreciated, if we talk about speeding, and especially depending, if you're like 105, I think maybe a first time warning, right?
Yeah, I think there's an allowance,
right? That's fine. If you're talking like 155.
Yeah, that might be.
Right?
Yeah.
That might be. Maybe you should get demerit points. You know, maybe it might not be a bad thing for you not to have a license for a few months. I'm just saying, if you're gonna go at 155, 165, and up, and depending on also, and this is where things get dicey because subjectively, if it's 155 and it's straight and it's clear and they're the only car, that's one thing. If it's 155 and they're weaving in and out of traffic, that could be pretty scary for the other drivers.
Right, and what you also might want to take into consideration is that there are persons who drink and drive on the nation's roadway.
Yeah.
And then they may not be the best people to be driving, and you do not know when they will drink and drive. So, you want to keep those persons off the streets.
So, and that's the thing, like, for that right turn onto George Cabral Street to get demerit points, I'm like, do you really need demerit points for that? A ticket might be enough.
Right.
Because think about it. If I'm making this turn, it doesn't even need to be $1,000. I get a ticket for $400 just because I broke the law on a turn. I'm going to be disgruntled.
Right.
But I'm going to be like, I really did crap.
Right.
I'll just pay my ticket and move on.
Right.
Now you want to give me demerit points and $1,000 and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, hold on, time out. Now I need to go and fight this and make up a stink and I ain't paying nothing and blah, 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 blah.
Well, that's members of the public's opinion. The TTPS could only abide by the law that's there.
I know, but to some extent, and this goes back, I was saying this for Arrive Alive, because they're like, no, this helps with road safety. Right. That's fine. But a lot of the issues that the public have is not getting demerit points for speeding or drunk driving, it's demerit points for parking.
So yeah, you're talking about a petty minor incident.
Because there was one, I don't know if it was a report or caller, they said they were waiting on somebody going to the ATM. The person took longer than expected. They were in the car was running. They were technically not parked.
Right.
As he was pulling away, police officers came up and said, you're gonna stay parked there for so long? It was like, so if you didn't like me being there, why didn't approach and say, move along?
Right.
No, you waited because you saw how long he was there.
Right.
You waited, and then when he was leaving, it was almost like entrapment. You ambushed him. Meanwhile, he wasn't parked. The driver was still in the car.
Yeah.
I think it was somewhere in Park Street, right? So again, is this thing where, well, why can't you tell the driver, hey, you can't do this, move along? Because in my experience, things like that has happened to me.
And it might seem minor to members of the public, but the law is the law, and parking is parking. There's no time frame to park in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, technically, he wasn't parking. One of the things he said was it didn't seem like they were near him because he never turned off the car.
It doesn't matter if you turn off the car.
Okay, so it's technically still parking. All right,
yeah.
So,
in Port of Spain, you have to look out for no waiting and no parking signs. So you can't even stop.
Yeah, but I think if it was a case that they immediately went up to them, say you can't do that, ticket demerit points, that might be a little bit more understandable to the layman than, or I watched you. You did the wrong thing. I watched you do the wrong thing for an extended period of time and said nothing, and then came at the last minute.
Right, so the issue more is procedural justice as opposed to justice itself, yeah.
But also, I can understand the ticket. Parking matters in Port of Spain, right? Congestion is a thing. Yeah. I can understand a ticket, right? I think the ticket was $1,000. I don't know if it needs to be $1,000.
So they got the ticket, but they didn't get the ticket?
Yeah, I think they got the ticket, but they also got the demerit points. And that's the problem is like, why, for something like that, why do you need both?
Well, that's not our decision.
I know it's not your decision.
Yeah.
So the demerit point system is being scrapped, and I'm pointing this out for the stakeholders who are like, oh no, we need the demerit point system to keep the road safe. It's like, no, again, because I don't know if anybody, at least like calling in the show, it's been on the show, will say, oh, no. People who are drunk driving, they don't need demerit points. We could just give them a little ticket. And no, that's fine. You want to demerit point them and suspend their license? That's fine. I have no issue with that, right? If I ever do it and I get caught, do it, slap me with that, right?
As opposed to a demerit point for tint. Yeah.
Tint, parking, no waiting,
so
wrong turn.
There should be a wait.
Yeah, and I think it's like, do we really? Because that's like saying, oh no, we'll do lifetime imprisonment for jaywalking or something like that. Like the proportional punishments. Otherwise, the public are not going to learn the lesson that you want them to learn. They're going to be defiant.
Right.
Anyway, that's not what you're here to talk about.
No.
That was the update. So that was good. You could call in later and we could talk about it more. But we're here to talk about child protection.
Yeah. So we're seeing incidents arising recently where persons are forgetting, or we have to remind them that child protection is everybody's issue. We would have seen recently a gentleman would have, allegedly, he would have attacked his spouse and significant other, and in so doing, he would have caused harm to the children who were in a particular vehicle. And
okay, I missed this because I try not to follow all.
But I try not to be too specific
news, right?
Because we're investigating.
Did it make the news?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
and it did make different news
media houses, right?
Media houses, and the thing is that the gentleman may not have thought that he would have caused harm to the children, and causing harm to children under the Children's Act, Section 4 of the Children's Act, amounts to cruelty. So, and not just and the police officers. I would have consulted with them on the matter, and what I've told them is that the Act speaks not just to causing harm, but any action that may tend to cause harm. So the potential is there. So you have physical, psychological, emotional harm that could be caused. This could lead to offense of cruelty.
Not going into too much specifics, but what exactly or how did he cause? Because I didn't follow.
He tried to run off the spouse off the roadway.
He was in a separate car.
Sorry, correct, yeah.
And his spouse had the kids in her car.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Yeah. So besides traffic offenses, we are looking at charges concerning the children.
I mean, something like this, Because I think you're kind of being nice to say, oh, he might not have realized. Right? Yeah. Because that just goes, so you don't know where your kids are? Well, you don't know your kids are with their mother? Like, think about, depending on the age of the kids, right? Because I'm just kind of besides myself right now. Of course, at the end of the day, I guess if you're at reach that point of running your wife off the road.
It's his defense. It's up to him to use it as his defense.
Well, of course, I'm sure his lawyer advised him to say like that. But to some extent, I won't say it's impossible. I just think it's very difficult for any layman to believe. Yeah. Right? I don't know if, a judge might have better experience on this.
Based on the video and his comments, it seemed that he was bent on revenge, but that's an opinion. What we also want to mention, the different types of offenses when it comes to children. You have the sexual touching, sexual penetration, grooming, sexual communication. For those who think you could call a child, which is a child is under the age of 18, and have explicit conversations with them about sexual acts, and grooming them to commit sexual acts. All of these are offenses, exposing children to pornography. So we wanted to remind members of the public, because we're seeing it happening, it continues to happen, that children are off limits, and we are taking serious strides in how we deal with those investigations.
This might be a bit of a tangent, but it was actually kind of funny. Recently, I saw a bit by a comedian, and the bit was basically about how, his 3-year-old son, he lets him wash his private parts himself because, in 2025, as a father, he can't do those sort of things, Now, I don't know how true that is in his actual real life, but he made a joke out of it. But to some extent, I think the public consciousness, like now in this environment, is this something that parents, both fathers and mothers, have to be worried about? Has culture shifted to the point where this sort of thing is a thing?
As a parent, you would always worry. It's not something that you would...
Well, because in this case, you're talking about 3, maybe 2, right? Obviously, when they're like 18, you ain't going to be, bathing your son by hand to that extent. Right. But like for a parent now, it's like, well, I can't even wash my child.
Of course not. No, you could go ahead and wash your child.
Right. Okay. Just making sure that the sentiment hasn't reached this point.
It's all about intention. So it's about the mental intention, what we call the mens rea. In a crime, you have to have that mens rea when it is that you're committing a crime, especially when it's a sexual offense against a child. So we look at that. We look at the intention. We look at how the child felt and whatnot.
Yeah, because there's a certain age where, you're not really thinking about that specifically. You're like, oh, the child needs to learn how to bathe themselves, right? So then it's like, well, they're so old already. Why are you still bathing them? Like at some point, I guess, and that could be usually the threshold.
Correct, and it may warrant an intervention by the police to find out what's going on with that.
I do find it interesting, sexual communication, but here's an interesting part. Is it quite the same if a minor does it with another minor? Or is it mainly just with an adult speaking to minors in that situation?
It's mainly that, but it could cross the threshold because
age difference?
There's an age difference. So there's something called the Romeo and Juliet clause, which falls, I forget the clause, section 20, I believe, or 21, where it speaks to the age bracket. So there's an age limit where they can indulge in such activities and be
like if they're like a year or 2.
Girlfriend and boyfriend.
A year or 2 different in age. Yeah. But obviously if one is like 17 and the other one is 12, then there's no...
Right. And then they can be of the same sex.
Oh, the law does not count for that, yes.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a whole other conversation where I would argue to some extent we need to catch up on, but that's a whole other kettle of fish. But going back to with regards to harm caused, because in this case, the example you brought up, it was physical harm.
Yeah.
Right?
Emotional, psychological harm, yeah.
Well, but there are, I think some people might think, oh, this is obvious, he's looking to do an act of violence, and the violence is going to impact the kids, so the kids are going to be, they're going to have to deal with the trauma of the situation, even if they're not injured, right? The emotional and psychological trauma. But what I wanted to get at was, I think a lot of people take it for granted It doesn't have to be based on obvious violent acts.
No.
Mommy and daddy in home fighting, and depending on how the fight goes,
violence,
in front of the kids. It doesn't have to be domestic violence.
Yeah.
If the argument gets...
It could be a simple argument.
Right, that bad.
It could emotionally affect children. Psychologically, it could affect them. And what we want to also speak about is the warning signs parents should look out for when these acts are being committed against their children, especially sexual offenses that are committed by perpetrators.
Yeah.
The perpetrator may or may not be in your home. You might see different signs. You might see changes in how a child behaves towards that adult or that other person. They may change how they communicate with them. They may change how they bathe, how they sleep, how they interact with the person.
Or how they socially interact.
How they socially interact. So they may move from a more loving situation perspective to
the persona might be more withdrawn.
Withdrawn, or it might flip. It might flip.
More aggressive, more hateful.
No, they might become more intimate with the person.
Oh, right.
So you need to look out for those warning signs.
And I know of a bad case. I don't necessarily want to go into details, but it was a domestic situation, family member.
Yeah.
Rape. One of the things, because you're saying look out for the signs, usually that warning is because a lot of times people might be ignorant.
Yeah.
Right? But there's also cases where the immediate family doesn't want to do anything about it.
Yeah, I've seen that actually happen.
And they want to cover it up.
Yeah, and we've had to intervene. We've had to threaten to charge them for obstruction, because you can obstruct the case by not providing the child to be interviewed or to seek medical attention.
A common trope and a common failures of family members is for the sake of the family.
Right? Yes,
to keep
I've
the
seen
peace,
that. Yeah, I've seen that.
To keep the peace and also to save face.
Yeah.
You know, we want to let whatever psychological trauma,
and
it
kudos,
doesn't have to be
and
sexual
kudos
assault.
to the members. I've seen that. And kudos to the members of the family that come out and speak up for children, because there are children being abused today that don't have anybody to stand up for them, and we've seen it.
So that's the thing. First of all, if you're extended family, sometimes you need to bite the bullet and understand. By not speaking out, you're basically part of the problem. You're accepting this.
I remember a case. It didn't reach the court because the child refused to cooperate and give a statement. But it started off. The parent made a report to us at when I was in the West in St. James, and the mother made a report, but the father was defiant. He's like, "No, I'm not. I don't want my child exposed to any investigation. I don't want my child to come out." The child was a citizen of another country. The police from that country got involved. We got, again, we tried to pursue it. We threatened legal action, and he eventually provided the child, and the child still refused to cooperate and whatnot. But that's a different issue. And the thing is that this child was exposed to an adult from another country being sexually abused.
Within TNT's borders, or when they were visiting? Okay,
no, they visited
TNT,
Trinidad. They came to Trinidad. I've seen cases where it's a totally it wasn't a sexual case at all. I've seen a father not knowing the boundaries on how to love his child.
Right.
And he continued. So this child grew up with him. So this is his daughter. And I remember the case. It was a real serious case. We started off serious, where he didn't know, he was hugging his child, his daughter, from birth. He took care of her. And as she became this teenager going to school, she didn't appreciate it.
Oh.
And in her mind, this was wrong.
Right.
And she reported that he sexually assaulted her and whatnot. And when we got involved and we started to question the child as to how it happened, and then we recognized that this gentleman did not know how to not hug, or how to not interact with the child for her not to feel offended. And in her case, she was saying it was a sexual offense. It didn't amount to any sexual offense at all.
Yeah.
Right? But this is how she felt. And parents need to understand that they need to have boundaries as well with children. I remember there was a case where this child, she started secondary school, and she said that a student with a fellow schoolmate had sex with her. And when we got involved in the investigation, she began to speak. We recognized she didn't even know what was sexual intercourse.
Right.
Because they had just kissed. And in her mind, this was sexual intercourse. So she came to us and said, well, listen, he had sex with me, not knowing the difference between a kiss and actual sexual intercourse.
I would wonder, because I don't necessarily want to say that I know absolutely what's best, but in the example before, if the father was merely hugging, of course, you know, there's hugging and then there's hugging, right? So I don't know what degree.
But she described the hugging to us.
Right, but I don't know, right?
Yeah.
But I do wonder to some extent if like, I don't know how that disconnect happens. If that's the father, that's all, if that's legitimately all he's doing. And he's
legitimate, that was all.
And he's not doing anything else.
Nothing.
Like, to some extent, I don't understand how, and that might be her sole parents? Or
No.
She had a mother?
Separated, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I feel somebody might have put that idea in her head. That's my opinion.
It appeared to be that's what happened. But because, and thankfully, investigators went the extra mile to test what she was saying.
Because very easily, there have been situations, you know, across the world where when the police don't do that,
no, you have to.
You know, the father in this scenario would just be thrown on the bus.
Yeah.
And this would be, and you know, kudos to TTPS, you know what I'm saying, right? At least this part of the department kind of knows what they're doing.
Yeah, well, in the back of every investigator's mind, every case we undertake, we know that it has to stand up to scrutiny at court.
Exactly.
And not just and not just with the judge, but also the jury. So we have to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what occurred. And sometimes the witness and the victims don't understand that. That's why the police needs to ask these questions. So what we do, we rule out the reasonable doubt up front in doing the investigation.
Yeah, get the obvious things out of the way. Clarify the situation.
Clarify. If you said it was a red vehicle you were picked up in, can you recall the registration number of the vehicle? No. So we clarify that up front. So later on it doesn't come up as a mistake or a lie. It doesn't appear to be a lie later on.
So I don't know if this is what happened, right? Sticking on the same example. But is there also any laws? Because I know in the States, they have parental alienation laws.
Right.
So in a case, I don't know that this is the case. I am just using the example. So we are assuming this is the case for the sake of the conversation. This is not objectively, I'm not declaring it is this way. But if it was that the mother put the ideas and the daughter said, if the separation was not amicable, right? Is there anything that could then come back on the mother to say, well, no, you alienated the daughter from the father? Because no, we don't have that here.
Because the thing is, we have to prove that the mother is the one. Now, if the mother is the one that told her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it could be proven, if it was the case.
Yeah, if it could be proven.
Are there laws for that?
Yeah, the child will get charged for making a false report. Yeah.
Well, to some extent, I mean, I understand that also should, it's not that the law should be changed, that it can't allow that, although I'm not always going to be in agreement that, you should go and throw the book at the child, right? No. But you should still have the law for when it's
right. And the thing is, the justice system in Trinidad is set up in such a way that children are treated as children before the court. So you have the children's court now. So when we charge a child, whether it be for possession of narcotics, whether it be for robbery, whether it be for murder, whether it be for making a false report. When they go before the children's court, the judges in those courts apply the necessary actions and interventions that needed and required for that child to get the best options available to deal with to fix that situation that occurred. So they get the counseling, they get the rehabilitation, they get placed in the appropriate settings. The court itself is set up in such a way there is no robes and judicial garments. Everybody is in civilian wear and whatnot, and the child is made to understand everything at every step of the way, and they are given an attorney, funded by the state, of course, at every step of the way.
So, I mean, is there any concern with regards to, because this is one of those things where it's already hard enough to deal with situations where you have sexual abuse of minors and domestic violence against minors.
Yeah.
Are there any concerns with regards to false reporting?
Of course. At every step of the way of any investigation.
When I say concerns, not just that you have the concerns, but like statistically, you know, there have been examples where, you know, you'll have had an excessive amount of false reports and it's wasted a lot of time.
We have not seen an excessive amount of false reports. Of course not. But there have been cases where we have had to charge the child for making a false report, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah.
But
yeah.
it hasn't been in a majority.
But
setting.
usually those will be older children, I assume, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
of course,
if it's a
well,
6-year-old.
No, because there's an age of criminal liability. So there's an age of criminal liability. I believe it's either 8 or 10. I can't remember. And then there's the age of they call it Dola Incapax, where you can commit a sexual offense. I think it's 12.
And this is
so under the age of 12 and under the age of 8, you can't be charged.
And this is also because a form of abuse could be, well, you get the child to do it.
Right.
And whoever gets the child to do it might think, oh, what are they going to do? They can't charge you. You're a child. It's like, time out.
No.
They could be charged,
Yeah,
but then if it could be proven that they were enticed to do it, the adult could be charged.
Of course. Because you have offenses such as perverting the course of justice. Then you have obstruction, of course. Yeah, you can be charged as well.
Because I think a lot of people take it for granted, oh, we get the child to do it, and they can't be tried as an adult, they can't be charged as an adult, and it'll be fine. It's like, no, this is in a way almost, I mean, it's parallel to, you know, child labor, but it's worse, you know, encouraging a child to do, or getting a child to do something criminal, and this could impact the rest of their life.
Right, so, and then when we have cases like, and you see that, like, persons in gangs tend to want to give children firearms to hold, narcotics to hold, thinking that the child will get away with it at a lesser charge. It's not just that. If you do that, you yourself will get charged for giving that child the narcotics or the firearm and exposing them to that. And you could get charged for that as well. So there are gang-related offenses under the Children Act that you could be charged for, besides you just giving a child narcotics and firearms and whatnot to hold.
We do have a call waiting, but I just want to at least close with this. How much more complicated does domestic situations are domestic situations made when it's also in areas where you have gang activity and potentially, you know, things like that could happen where
it becomes more difficult because you have to go in now to a setting that the gangs would be a hindrance to the police. Now the police will go. Of course, the police will go and intervene. We intervene in all cases of domestic violence. But when you have gangs operating in a particular area, they tend to warn off the police from coming into their area. So they may threaten the victims.
Even
and
if the gangs aren't involved,
of course,
I would wonder if the community is just that much more resistance, whether to a greater or lesser degree, to cooperate because they don't want to be seen cooperating with the police, right?
Correct, yeah. So and then be labeled as an informant, or somebody who gives the police information.
And the sad part is they could be trying to say, oh well, my cousin, you know, interfered with, you know, their child or my niece or whatever, right? But to the gangs, they're like, no, well, you're informing. We don't know what you're informing about. But
and we have had cases where the gangs themselves. Committed offenses.
Okay, we have
like
two
that.
callers, so we'll have to go to the callers. Digger Martin first on the line. Good morning, caller. You're on the air.
Good morning, Sean, and good morning to the TTPS office here.
Yeah, good morning.
And a special morning to you. I'm looking at you, and I've seen your makeup is totally different, and I just want to know if that is a reflection of the TTPS. They're going to have a makeover because there are many question marks with respect to their integrity and their professionalism. No.
Not your look is different.
Right. Okay. There are three issues I want to deal directly. You might be able to answer.
Yeah.
Quickly one, the 1997 SABGA report, the fact that we're dealing with child, the Jude Jones report, and something that is close to my heart, the perpetrator of the Akil Chambers issue. If that is a cold case and if the police will go after that, seeing what is happening in Guyana. The second issue I want to basically, Sean, your co-host would be very, very happy. That is the former finance minister. The CRICO report will be laid into Parliament. And if you remember, sometime in 2016, the then Prime Minister, Keith Christopher Rowley, said a few privileged persons have answers with respect to criminal activities. I want to know where, and if the TTPS is part of that investigation, and where does the DPP stand after having it for 10 years, what he has done. The fact is, are going to question the office holder. Is he fit for purpose? And the other issue is that Lawrence Dupre, 3 years before he died, or 2 years before he died, he was in Trinidad. He returned to Trinidad to have a peaceful stay. Did the people who had the responsibility for investigating those things, did they approach him? Because I want to go back to Patrick Manning issue, where the DPP, I don't know if the same DPP said he was too sick to basically bring charges with respect to him. The last one, the Fourth Estate, the newspaper, the electronic and the print. And I have an issue with one of them. I don't want to call them out, but it's the lesser of the two, and it's not TV6. There is a segment, people say segment, and I believe what they are displaying to us lacks integrity, and it possibly borders on dishonesty. I am on the ground. I know what the sentiment of the population is. It was overwhelming in a particular political direction. And every time I hear that people segment, they give you a totally different view to what I'm picking up on the ground. So I am putting out to them that they do it, and they basically it to give you a discourse that is totally different. So they be basically batting for a particular political party. Good morning, gentlemen. I'll listen off here.
Thank you, caller. We'll have to respond after the next caller who's been waiting on WhatsApp. Good morning, caller. Are you with us?
Yeah, morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
St. James here. I like the topic. There was once, I remember, my daughter, in her teens, we allow her to go to parties with her, the neighbors' daughters and so on. And we allow her because we used to allow her, and then at one morning, 9 o'clock, we can't see her. So I say I go into the police and make a report on my daughter missing. At the same time, the neighbor come up with my daughter and telling me that my daughter was with her and her daughter in the party. Now, I don't know if that is true or not, and the thing that nothing happened, but something could have. Another time when she was 9 years old, the same neighbor's daughters and them pull up in a maxi. They said they were in Maracas. I said, excuse me, no way. She can't go if I'm not by the beach, They was vexing me, next thing the maxi crash, one jaw break, one hand breaker, talking about 8 and 9 year old. So we have to be particular in all ways about our children, and sometimes you can't even trust your daughter friends' parents, right? And then briefly now on the issue with the right turn on George Cabral. It is law not to turn right to you all, but you all are not there's nothing to inform the driver they are not to turn right. There's also a yellow box there, so people who come in heavy traffic in the morning, why they just get caught in that? How come I don't? How come I don't? The other thing is I took pictures of Lockport Street and Romeo Street showing either turn right or left. I came up the street by KFC and made a left to go home up George Cabral Street, right? So what I'm saying is, the other thing I observed, the yellow box by the police station, they nobody seems to get caught in that yellow box. But they're getting caught in the one by George Cabral Street. So who getting the ticket? The man who turning right, the right person? Come on, man. So I also have what to say when I call the police station and the police say, yes, you could turn right. He don't know what hours, what day and what time. I have all this recorded and all this is going as evidence where my contest is concerned. I take pictures of the Lockport and Romeo Street, and I take pictures of the traffic light there, that George Cabral Street, which by law, I have to go quite down Westmoreland, now to come back up the road. Nothing to show. Nothing to show why I must not turn right. So, if it's you all have to buck up, man. You're looking bad here right now, and I'll listen over the thanks.
I just want to point out the example, it was a traffic warden. Not the police. So in this case, and they don't make the law. So in this case, I don't want to.
No, but we'll look into it because we can't have citizens being falsely charged for.
Well, because I have something else to say, but on that again, not with regards to the police on this one, but before that, we do have another caller from Diego Martin on the line waiting. Good morning, caller. You on the air?
Yes, good morning to you and thank you for taking my call.
Morning.
A very interactive, nice, informative program. I want to acknowledge the senior officer there. I have 2 points to make.
Sure.
2 points. One is an observation I make where I see a lot of young children, underage children, as they articulate in his comments about what is a child. A lot of young children way under the age of 18, all around Port of Spain in the night, unsupervised. I mean, and in a high intensified crime environment, where are those children parents? The police don't have a responsibility to stop those children and inquire from them where their parents, what they're doing outside. All 9, 10 o'clock at night, when in the military, only 11 o'clock, lights out. Children supposed to be in their bed. And I am very worried about that. And the next observation I make, senior officer, is in the parks. There's a park, a children's park on Tanker Street, just opposite where they have a popular ice cream place there. That park always have vehicular traffic in it. I pointed out about numerous occasions with my wife, and children is playing and about 3 or 4 vehicles is parked up in that park. I mean, there is a hazard, there's a very serious hazard where, when the vehicle can reverse and those children playing. And I think that is something your authorities, the police should look at. That park on Tanker Street, always have vehicles in it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, caller.
I know what you're talking about. The ice cream there is great.
but I'm not entirely sure if I followed his point with regards to the vehicles in the park.
So apparently, vehicles are supposed to be in a park. Especially that one. I don't think they have access to vehicles. And apparently they're parking in the park to go somewhere else. For the ice cream or what. And what he's saying is that the children are at risk from the vehicles in the park.
Right, coming in and out.
Probably,
yeah. It's so the assumption is it's not the parents of the kids in the park, I would assume.
No, I doubt that.
Right, okay. Just before we take the call, no, with his first point, we'll try and work our way back.
Yeah.
He said, do the police have formal and legal responsibility when they see kids out at night to say what you're doing, get them home?
Yeah, well, in a sense, yes. In the sense that the police could stop and ask anybody anything.
Right.
So you could ask that child, well, what are you doing out here? That child is under no obligation at all to go to a station with the police unless they are under arrest.
But if the police want to take the child home?
Of course. They can't.
If the child doesn't want to go home?
Exactly. They can't just take up the child.
So that's what I mean. So it could be informal.
Informal.
In which case the child might submit.
Right.
But it's not formal.
So we've had actually, especially in Port of Spain, we've had cases where the patrols, the 999 patrols, the RRU patrols, and the normal district patrols, Besser Street and CPS and whatnot, in their patrols in Port of Spain, especially in the night, they would have communicated with the special victims in Port of Spain and let them know, well, look, we have a child here. We found them wandering the streets. We want to bring them in. And they would be advised how to go about that.
Okay.
And then we would make communication with the parent if they're available. We've actually had to charge parents in and around the Port of Spain area for abandonment.
Right. All right. We don't want to keep the caller waiting too long, so we'll take the call from Arima. Good morning, caller. You're on the air.
Yes, good morning, Sean. Good morning to the ASP.
Morning.
Good day.
Right. So, I once sat in a similar chair that you are sitting now. I'm speaking to the ASP.
Yeah.
And with respect to the topic that is being discussed. And over the last 35 years, we have been making applications to different levels with respect to the same topic about children being outside at a particular age. And it has been suggested from where I sit that laws could be changed to influence the behavior of parents, that children 14 years and between 14 and 18, in fact, everybody from the age of 14 supposed to have an ID card on them. It's just a matter of tweaking the laws.
Yeah.
So they must have an ID card to present to anybody who challenge them on the road.
Yeah.
I'm not going into any specifics, but I'm just putting that out there. So, seeing that you are still active, you could probably make a suggestion and I will listen up.
Of course.
Thank you, caller.
Well, the police have always tried to push that agenda where persons should have an ID card on them in the public domain.
Yeah.
So it's not lawful that you carry your ID unless you're driving a motor vehicle in the public domain. And that is one of the issues we have as police officers, because we come across people wandering, loitering and whatnot. And when we ask them to identify themselves, they would most likely they would give you a wrong name and address, which in itself is an offense.
Is it that they have to provide ID if they have it on them? No. I mean, because the thing is, I could kind of understand. This is one of those things where internationally it's depending. Well, of course, we take our cues from America.
No, but in their jurisdiction, you should have. I think you have to have ID on you. You know?
I think it depends on the state.
Yeah, it depends on the state.
Right.
But in Trinidad, you don't have to have ID on you unless you're driving a motor vehicle.
And this is one of those things where perhaps there might be pros for this, but perhaps the cons right now in our current situation outweigh the pros.
Yeah.
I know there are a lot of people, they look at things like stop and frisk and they see it as a negative, but
I think in the case of minors, the point I think he was trying to make, in the case of minors between 14 and 18, they should have some type of ID. I think you're entitled to have your electoral ID card on you, or apply and get one at the age of 14, and you should have that on your possession.
I have a thought, but we'll take the call first. Good morning, caller. You on the air?
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Good day.
Good morning, ESP. Good morning, host. Firstly, wonderful program. I remember some years ago, my mom, God rest her soul now, she would have applied to the ministry at the time to be a truancy officer, because she grew up in the States where we see a lot of these children who the parents actually send to school. What happens is that they end up going to where they want to go from when you send them out of your house or when they go to school. So this is something, and I mean myself, I recently ran for the general elections, and one of the things within my community of Trinity Maloney is that I realized that a lot of these children, when you send them to school, all they do is you send them on the maxi, they make a left turn and they go where they need to go.
And they have clothes in their bags to change whenever they feel like it. Wherever they go, they're going to the beach. We have actually intercepted persons on the beach in vehicles with adults, and we have to take them into custody. We won't leave them with them.
It's not their parents.
Not their parents.
Yes, and you know, to deal with a lot of these issues, one of the solutions, not the whole solution, but one of the solutions is really starting from a family point of view. Families need to understand that it takes not just the home to raise a child, but the village. And if you have families in a village, it is easier to raise a child than one family raising a child. I want to thank you for the time so much, man.
Because I've actually seen that children that even come from well-established, well-brought-up homes even tend to go astray. You wouldn't believe. And we had cases where the parents were in disbelief that their child, and when you look into the parenting skills of the parents, the best parenting ever. Best parenting ever. They fund everything. They have gymnastics, they're in sports, they're in classes, they're in everything. The parents pick them up, they drop them off. They have cars doing that and whatnot. And the child still finds a way to go astray.
I hate to say this, but that speaks to the ability to provide for the child. But then comes the time now, to what extent are you giving the right type of guidance to the child?
And I've seen it in many cases where they give the right guidance and
it's still,
they have that respect, and a child will still be a child, and in the sense of their thinking is different.
Well, so this is where right type of guidance now goes into, there's no handbook to being a parent. There'll always be unforeseen challenges, right? That the parent can't anticipate. So like, on one hand, it is the ones who are negligent with regards to the actual parenting. But on the other hand, it's the ones where some influence came up that they did not anticipate and account for. And it somehow gets to the child, and the child interprets it the way that they do, right or wrong, and it ends up in this situation. But back to the, and to some extent, having the village could cover for that.
Exactly, because
there's more perspectives.
Because the outside influence is actually part of the village. So the influence doesn't come from the parents and just individuals. It comes from the village. It comes from persons in the community. It comes from the schools. It comes from the homes. It comes from everywhere. And this is what you have to be concerned about.
Here's the flip side. Remember one of the callers, okay, we have a call from where? We have a call from New York, I assume on the WhatsApp. So we'll take the call. Good morning, caller, you're on the air.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good day, good day.
Yes, I'm in New York. You know who this is.
Yes, I suspected. This is one of our longtime callers. She formerly Miss Santa Cruz, formerly the lady with the good news. Hopefully she has a little bit of good news. But anyway, Miss New York, thank you for calling us once again.
You're most welcome, and I'm listening in. And as I'm listening to the conversation about the children, I'm remembering my time as a mother of a young daughter, and telling my child to know what is a good touch and a not good touch, right? So parents need to tell their children, teach their children what is okay for somebody to touch you, where it's not okay for people to touch you. Let them not be afraid to come and talk to you and let you know if something is wrong. Because sometimes the way we speak to children, we buff them and make them feel ashamed of saying things. And when children feel afraid or ashamed, they're not going to come and confide in you.
And in respect to what you said with the good touch and bad touch, we've actually gone further with that now, and we're employing to parents and guardians. Teach your children to report any touch, whether it's good or bad. Because what might be good for them might be actually bad for them. So we've actually gone past the good and the bad.
So to the parents.
Yeah. Everybody. Report. Let the child report to you any touch. By anybody.
And by all means, do not let them feel ashamed
of course not.
Or afraid to come and talk to you, because that is something that children go through just because of the response from the parent. You know, so I just wanted to bring that contribution. Thank you.
That's very important.
Caller, thank you for that. And I think it goes back to a little bit to where we started when it ties into the previous point as well as a point I was making a lot earlier in the conversation with regards to when parents and their parenting style, part of it could be when they're in conflict and the psychological harm for the child. They don't want to, do they feel their parents are approachable when they're in conflict against each other, right? But then also, what we just spoke about, you could even be good parents, but you don't anticipate everything. Oh, Uncle Johnny isn't a bad man, right? And you don't prepare your kids. But then also depending if your schedules are a certain way, if your parenting style is a certain way, how approachable are you as a parent? Because I do wonder if culturally, and it's not limited to TNT culture, but we do know that there are some parents, America, Canada, TNT, right? Parts of the Caribbean, Europe, whatever, they'll have a certain way where like they're kind of strict, they're kind of no nonsense, I'm not your friend.
And that in itself could be a problem because we actually see in cases where parents would demand of your child, did so and so happen, and they continue to force the child into a position where they answer, and eventually the child will give you the answer you want to hear. And we've seen cases like that happen.
I hate to say this, but it's similar to, there was a recent case where a teenager, he was arrested, he had an alibi, he didn't do it. Eventually when they tested the semen, it was from some transient, right? But the arresting officers kind of convinced him to confess, right? Because at some point you're going to psychologically beat them down and they're going to just say things that they don't actually mean.
Right, but we've seen cases where parents...
Not in Trinidad, this is not happening in Trinidad.
Right, but we've seen cases in Trinidad where parents come at the child, and we've seen it internationally too. It has made like standard cases internationally.
Right.
Where I remember there was a school in the States that had to close down because all the mothers went to their children and said, well, did so and so happen to you? Did so and so happen? Until eventually all the children said, yes, he did so and so at this school.
And then they went after.
Yeah, they went after.
And there was a whole scandal.
Whole scandal.
So
same thing happens in Trinidad, but nothing is wrong with inquiring. You don't want to push your child into a position where they would make a false report.
Because you're kind of putting the idea into their head.
Exactly, and they may not know or understand.
Which
so
is why it's so important. They need to feel that they have the ability to come with you.
Communication.
Come to you to communicate, right? And not that, because the other thing is this, the assumption is the parent will know to suspect something to push, right? So what if they don't know? Well, then it's completely lost, and who knows? Because again, I know a case, I don't want to reveal too much, but the long-term harm, right?
Yeah.
Psychologically to the victim
and that's
was...
why, and we also employ the services of professionals in these areas, because when children come to us and we see coaching or we see issues of being bombarded into that position, we employ the service of psychologists, child psychologists from the Children's Authority to assist with those investigations. We use the social workers from Children's Authority and the Victim and Witness Support Unit of the TTPS to assist with those investigations. So, and if you want to go back to the first caller, we spoke about the Judith Jones report.
Yes.
I remember being part of some of the investigations. We did have arrests emanating from the report itself, where when Judge Judith Jones, Madam Judith Jones, did her report, we did interview persons and arrests did emanate from those reports made. It wasn't a great amount, but we were able to look into some of these investigations and arrests were made. He also spoke about the Akil Chambers being a cold case. This case would have been handed over to the cold case unit at the Homicide Bureau of the TTPS.
Yeah.
And I think he mentioned a third thing.
The SABGA reports. I think that's with regards to homes, children's homes, and maybe a pedophile ring. There's a whole other.
But we did look into several homes at the Child Protection Unit when I was there. We did look into several homes, and we did find cases of abuse, not necessarily. It was more physical abuse.
I have enough experience to know that the handlers or the people, the guardians in charge, they're not always necessarily best equipped.
Yeah, they're not always trained to deal, because we've actually seen cases where, like in one of the homes in particular, how the children behave, they actually, like, they would hold on to someone's hair.
Yeah.
And unless you really damage your hand to get that hand off that hair, they would pull off the person's hair.
Now, I can't speak to current, but I was part of an organization. I want to say the name, but I don't think I can, because I don't want to get them into trouble. But basically, and I'm just my saying this might be too much, but basically, at least in the past, you know, we as an institution, we knew that the lives of the kids in these institutions. So our organization kind of knew, some more than others, the kind of challenges that the kids went through. And outside activities was almost like a safe haven for them in a way. And at times, sometimes we got kids that were well adjusted, sometimes we didn't, and it was always a challenge. And it was a hell of a thing with regards to how they were forced to live, right? And I don't know if not all of those institutions are still open, so it is what it is.
I remember we being part of an investigation where persons would have actually died from, but we weren't able to prove what was the cause of it, like in terms of physical abuse or murder and whatnot.
Okay, well, we never interacted with anything like that, but all right, we have a couple things to get through, some comments. I don't know if you could go to the third and fourth comment first. That was more recent, because I want to address that immediately. Good day, Mr. Small. While these expert insiders' information is useful and appreciated, the excuses proffered for poor TTPS services and interactions with the public is laughable at best and discrediting at worst. Justice must not only be done, but must appear to be done. There are too many proven cases of TTPS, poor customer relations, and poor service to answer to be, we follow the law. Now, I understand that, but we kind of need to understand what we get are the bad interactions. We don't get the good interactions. It's one of those things where if you actually study marketing, you might have a better understanding of the phenomenon with regards to how these kind of things are communicated. And I get that. The media ambassadors are trying to do their best to explain these things without trying to pass the buck on, damage control, spin, and all of that. To some extent, really and truly, this problem is rooted beyond just the individual members of the police service, right? Yes, they're bad apples, but the actual corrupt ones, they're probably in the minority, right? Yes, there's bad customer service, right? But I would argue that a lack of vision, leadership, et cetera, and not just the police executive above, right? Just remember, to some extent, the police comes from our society. The officers are recruited from our society. They reflect to some degree the feelings of our society.
Rest assured, like under the last Commissioner of Police, Ms. Christopher, she did implement the customer service policy in a big way, in the sense that she mandated all officers, both civilian and sworn officers, police officers, to attend these customer service training courses so that when they breach the customer service policy, they can be held accountable,
Right.
whether it be disciplinary or otherwise.
Yeah, I think the problem was now it came into, you have challenges when there's certain inconsistencies, and when those inconsistencies can be viewed from the top,
Yeah.
that does trickle down. And it's not just, you're not going to say it, from my perspective, there were inconsistencies from Earler's leadership, but it goes beyond here.
Right.
It goes beyond here, and then now it's very difficult for the individual officers, because if you ever work in customer service, you have to also know the reverse. Not every bad interaction is because of the customer service rep or the police officer. Sometimes it's because of the customer or the member of the public, right? And to some extent, you have one interaction with the police. That police officer might have many interactions with the public throughout the day. So that's the thing. It's not an excuse. It's just a realistic explanation. I worked in customer service for a couple of years, so I know how challenging it could be. And the stakes in my position was not the same as the stakes in a police officer.
Of the public, and on that issue, if they get poor customer service, I mean, there is the Police Complaints Authority, and the TTPS does have a complaints division that you can go to. So like over the weekend, I had a relative, he had an issue with a police officer, and I had to refer him to the Maloney police station where there is a complaints division and to resolve the issue. Because not all the time the issue would be resolved at the station. And I want to remind members of the public that we have avenues that they can go to the complaints division, and they could also go, if they feel that they don't need to go that far, they can go to the inspector in charge of the station. They can, unless the inspector has the issue, but nonetheless, they can go to the person in charge of this district or the station, and they would assist in them with their reports and their complaints.
With regards to the road traffic stuff, I just like to point out, it's not always, a lot of the law is not up to the police, right? So the communication of the implementation changes and the implementation of the law, that comes from other bodies. Let's not forget, government expenditure and communication was cut since COVID, right? That's according to the PNM, right? So I do have to wonder, to what extent when these things happen, they weren't communicating enough to the public. Technically, it's not an excuse. If you're penalized, you can't take that to a judge. But on a practical level, it's not up to the police to tell people, oh, well, there's a change in law. It's up to the government, and if they fail to do it, the police, unfortunately, end up looking like the bad guys. But again, let's not forget the example given in St. James was with a traffic warden, not with a police officer. So we don't know what the police would have done in that situation because the police did not interact directly in that situation. I just want to put that out there. We have Dabadi on the line, I believe. Good morning, caller. Last call. Good morning, caller. You're on here.
Pleasant morning, Sean. Pleasant morning. And I love the discourse concerning the traffic signs and the different things that actually give us some problems. There's some problems on the corridor ASB concerning derelict vehicles. Listen carefully, derelict vehicles and sidewalk garages. They have been like pests to most communities. Many times people cannot pass safely in the road. Many times they are causes of accidents, and the TTPS is doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And I want to underscore and bold nothing. And sometimes you see policemen passing in their vehicles right where these garages are, where the derelict vehicles. Yeah. Not only that they cause these kind of obstructions and blockages,
they're on the road, right?
They are actually health hazards.
The derelict vehicles are basically on the road to some degree, I assume?
On the road, yes.
And on the sidewalk?
And most of us would pass and see them all the time in most communities.
And it is an offense to have a roadside garage.
Right.
All right, I'll hang up on this.
Thank you, caller.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that demerit points should be had, but tickets, definitely.
But in terms of the roadside garage, the offense is committed by the garage owner, not the owner of the vehicle.
But if they park the vehicle, I mean, to some extent, if you leave your vehicle there with a roadside garage on the side of the street, and he said east-west corridor, is that the main road?
Yeah, would that be on a main road or on a side road or whatever?
Well, that's the garage.
Yeah, once the garage is called.
Well, I mean, still, ticket. What?
No, but
that was
can,
mainly
no,
what I was saying.
it's
yes.
a summary offense. He can
Oh,
be
it's a
charged.
summary,
Yeah.
okay, right.
So he can be charged for having a roadside garage, not a ticket.
Right.
So, but and the thing is but it's a situation like it's a community, and the guys in the roadside garage may be an asset to the community as opposed to a threat.
But this is roadside on a main road.
Yeah, on a main road, even on a side road, because the side roads flow into the main road and they cause traffic.
Right.
So what I did when I was in charge of the Konopia CID many years ago, I would have undertaken and we would have gone to the different roadside garages and spoken to them and actually had them clean up the roadways.
Mm-hmm.
That was I think 2011. I don't know if when I left, I don't know if it continued because I don't reside in Konopia district. But nonetheless, this is what I would have done, and this is what some officers in different districts do. So they go to the roadside guy and instead of charging them, they talk to them. It's more community effort, and they speak to them to clear up the roadway, because what we recognize, these guys are also an asset to the community, not just a threat or hindrance and obstruction to the community. They are part of the community.
But I understand that, but the problem is, and this is where it's a slippery slope. We make allowances for these things because they are positives, but then at some point it starts to get further and further out of hand.
Right, and that's when you could, and police officers tend to have some discretionary measure, power in terms of some of the offenses. So like you spoke, but in terms of the demerit points, we don't have that discretionary measure. But in terms of charging persons for minor offenses and traffic offenses, we do. So there's the warnings. So you can be warned, you can be warned, you can be warned, you can be warned. Eventually, once we have all the evidence, we could charge you for the offense.
The funny point is, to go back to the comments, I appreciate the fact that you will have discretion.
Yeah.
But the bad apples kind of leave the public with such a sour taste in their mouth.
Of course.
They don't necessarily like to hear you have discretion.
Right, and that's where policy comes in.
Yeah.
So that's why we need the inspectors or the persons in charge of the divisions and the districts to venture out into the public domain, into the public, and apply policy, not just apply the law, but apply policy.
Right.
So the policy might be, we warn, we give everybody a document stating, you have a roadside garage, you have been verbally, and now you have been documented, have been warned to clean up, the roadway and whatnot, and stop your activities. It is causing a hindrance, and any further hindrance would cause some legal action to take place.
Okay, I want to get to a couple of comments because we will only show to make sure that we get to them. If you could put the first comment up, if possible. Who puts eggs on their face? Everyone knows what happened to the PNM. They just need to move on with confidence by having a formidable opposition. I would have to disagree with this statement. Confidence in what? Because they're confidently doing picking up where they left off. They're confidently utilizing the same attitude and approach that they did when in government. They're confidently doing almost the same thing that got them voted out in the first place. So to some extent, they're rushing to be confident. Not we're 19 days out. What did they fix? What did they fix that got them to lose the election that would then say that their confidence is justified? Right? Why do you want them to be confident? If I was a PNM supporter, I don't want them to, the day after the election, you need to be confident in yourself. That's like some modern woke nonsense where it's like, you need to be confident. It's like, but what if you're wrong? You lost the election, you lost 100,000 votes. What if you're wrong, but you're still going to be wrong and strong? That's the risk that you run. I understand the sentiment that you want to be pro your side. I assume you're pro the PNM or you're anti-UNC or both. Those two things are not necessarily always the same. But you need to be a bit more realistic. They didn't just lose 22-19, 2019, 19-15 or something like that with other parties in the mix. It was 26-13. The UNC has twice the number of seats that they do. Twice. And they didn't need Tobago to get there. So it's technically 28-13 if you look at it a certain way. The PNM needs to have some introspection, and also given the attitude leading up to the election for the last couple of years that was perceived by many to be arrogant and out of touch, showing confidence now is not a good look. That's like Will Smith showing confidence that he was confident he did the right thing when he slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars. Would you accept that? You might want to accept that from PNM, but you have to look at, will the rest of the country accept that? And that's the problem. It's not, you're doing it not just for your base. You have to do it for all of the voters that you lost and all the voters that were on the fence, that were in the middle, that you didn't get on April the 28th. Let's go to the next comment quick. No willy-nilly compensation for anybody. Do or means test. Farmers like everybody else must take out insurance to protect their business. And please do not tell me that they can't get insurance. Farmers don't give a damn for food security or consumers. They are private business people. Why take private money to bail them out? Because if it was a failure of government managing infrastructure, then to some extent, they might not have been able to get insurance because the insurance companies may or may not have said no insurance for you. Because we can't take the risk because the risk is almost guaranteed. And an insurance company, in the face of a guaranteed disaster, saying, we're not going to insure you for that, right? The situation has to be healthy where the risk is not guaranteed. So that's one thing. The other thing is this: to what extent, because of how agriculture as an industry is treated in this country, a lot of farmers, informal, less educated, not all of them, right? So they don't necessarily even know how to set things up as a proper business with insurance or whatever. I don't even know if they have insurance for agriculture, to be honest, right? But again, a lot of farmers, they're trying the thing because we don't view it as something that people should try to do, go and get an education for, be a career path. It's more like people who not necessarily sure what they're doing, or maybe they did something else, so they want to pivot into agriculture, and they just, not all farmers are that professionally set up. And if we want the industry to grow, we need to understand that it's immature when it shouldn't be, but it is. That's how we've left it. So I understand that though. Yes, a means test should happen. Yes, to some extent there should be a burden of proof, a threshold that they have to come across. Because NGOs like Living Waters and other church organizations, religious organizations that give out hampers to support people, you know, that need, they have to also put safeguards in place that their systems aren't abused. And I would be all for that. I would be all for that. But to say blanket statement that they don't deserve anything because they're private business owners, yeah, but then when the industry fails, what are we going to do then? This is one of those things where, because again, if it was the case where farmers planted crops on flood-prone areas on their own, that's different. If it was the case where their fields became flood-prone areas because government didn't maintain drainage systems, then where's the liability? All right, a couple of last things. One, children's ID. I had a thought. It doesn't have to be national ID because that will come with all the regulations of what a national ID is.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be a separate ID because then you could have in the legislation to set it up, contact numbers of parents or guardians should also be on that.
Yeah, that could
right?
be looked at. Yeah.
So when now the police ask for the ID, and to some extent maybe it also should be mandatory, children's ID should be presented when challenged by the police, right? So that they could call your parents.
Yeah,
so at least you could check, hey, your child is here. That's cool? Cool.
Because one of the things the officers have to get when they're charging a minor is their birth certificate.
Right.
Yeah.
And I always find it's kind of ridiculous. I remember I was flying to Tobago, right? Father's living in Tobago, mom take me to the airport. I'm a minor, don't have a national ID, don't have a driver's license.
Yeah.
Father bought the ticket for me. They want to see ID. So I was like, what ID? I'm like 9 or something, or 8. And they're like, well, birth certificate. And my mom was like, why am I going to bring a birth certificate for my son to fly to Tobago?
And it isn't a picture ID.
Yeah, worse that I'm not going to leave my son his birth certificate and he's 8. And I was just like, yeah, this will make no sense. Right? And perhaps this could solve certain things because that domestic travel, I flew to Tobago as a minor by myself a few times. Right? And if the airline if BB wanted ID, well, maybe we should have a facility for that. And especially when kids want to go to movie town by themselves and all of that jazz. You send primary school kids to travel on maxis by themselves. Because some parents sew numbers into their clothes. It's like, why not an ID card?
Yeah, and in some jurisdictions, you actually can't even venture out as a minor into the public domain without a guardian present. So even to go to school or to go to a mall, a shopping mall, you would have to have a guardian present.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? And then the last point, just before we close, it takes a village. We need a village. Yeah. But I think it was the caller that said, but my neighbor, I couldn't always trust my neighbor with my child.
No, you have to. And he brought up a very good point in terms of the beach. Because one person can't look at more than one child.
Yeah, yeah.
Or children.
Yeah.
You can't. It's probably impossible to do that.
No, but also, it's one thing, it's your child, you're responsible for your child.
Exactly.
If anything happens, that's on you.
Right.
Someone else's child.
Now, we've actually had cases where persons sent children with other adults to the beach and they've drowned, and we've had to charge those persons who took the responsibility to watch the children.
Yes.
We had to charge them for manslaughter and whatnot.
Yes.
Right? So we want persons to be very careful, especially around the Easter, the holiday season times when they're not in school, like the August vacation coming up, that when they send their children to the beaches and the rivers and whatnot, and recreational places, that they have adults that could supervise them, and capable adults.
It takes a village, but the members of the village need to understand.
Yeah.
You need to, first of all, you can't take liberties with children that aren't your own.
Yeah, and on that point with the village as well, we want to commend members of the public who actually report these issues, because when you see, one of the callers mentioned seeing persons, children in Port of Spain.
Yes.
And that was good.
That's
because,
crazy to me.
And we do get reports from members of the public who see children wandering on the promenade in the night by themselves. I remember one of my first cases in 2016. We had 2 kids wandering the streets of Port of Spain because their father left them unattended. And we had to charge them for abandonment, right? So we want to thank those members of the public who see these issues and report it to the police. Whether you think it's illegal or not, report it to the police. We would investigate it.
Right. We
would determine if it's an offense, if they were lawfully out there, if they were unlawfully out there, if they were abandoned, if they were neglected and whatnot. We involve the Children's Authority. Let's remind the callers of the contact numbers for Children's Authority. It's 996 and 800 2014, I believe. Yeah, 2014.
I mean, you could probably Google it.
No, it's been a while.
No, because we don't have it prepared.
It's been a while since I mentioned it. And you could also call 999. You could call emergency numbers and let them know, I'm seeing children unattended in a public space or even in a residential home. I remember not recently, about a year or 2 ago, a lady left her babies at home to go and buy medication for the rest, and we had to charge her for abandonment because she left 2 babies alone to go and see about another baby. I mean, she should have probably made a better decision. And there were neighbors around, and she left them locked in the home, stove available, everything available. We can't take chances with children. So we want members of the public to be reminded, you will be charged for abandonment. We may not use our discretionary powers here.
Right. Because that's the thing. You only need one thing to go wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so with that said, I have no idea why kids are out in the streets in Port of Spain, and I and all don't like to drive, and I'm not in Port of Spain. I'm a whole other kettle of fish, but it is what it is. We have to wrap. So, folks, thanks to all the callers, the commentators, thanks to ASP for joining us once again. This thing is going to come up in the summer vacation, not because the TPS likes to repeat itself, but because there are people who don't get the memo, right? I am sure child abandonment and supervision, it's going to come up from June, so don't say nothing about it because we have so many people that are worthless in society. With that said, stay safe, have a good day, remember your allegiance to the public and to each other, and never forget it's nice to be nice. Even to the police officers that you think not treating you well, still be nice to them. Do your part of the equation. We'll see each other tomorrow. Bye-bye.
WESN.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. Welcome to the program. On this edition of the program, We're talking this edition with Mr. Frank Panton and Mr. Jude Niles. They're both public information representatives in Trinidad and Tobago for the Kingdom of Jehovah's Witnesses in Trinidad and Tobago. The convention this year, they're calling it Declare the Good News, and they'll talk about why they, among other people, aren't afraid of what we consider to be the bad news in Trinidad and Tobago, and in fact, in different parts of the world. Declare the Good News, the Jehovah's Witnesses Convention for 2024. Gentlemen, good to have you. Good to see both of you. So let's talk about, well, I was reading through sort of a bit of the agenda for this year's occasion. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about some of it. The one I pick out, it's in the middle of what I was reading. Why we don't fear the bad news.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to go, Mr. Niles?
Well, the reality is that there's a lot of bad news. And oftentimes the question is, how do we react to bad news? The reality is that if we look at the situation, there at times is very little that we can do to change it. But we can do much as to how we would respond to that bad news. And that's why we are looking forward to this convention, because it reminds us that in the midst of all of this bad news, there is good news. And the good news is one of a hope that Jesus Christ has given.
Yeah. Can you expand on it and talk about the details of that hope for people who don't quite?
So we know that when Jesus Christ came to earth, even before he was born, the Bible spoke about someone coming and that this person would bring good news. And when Jesus Christ came, he taught persons about the kingdom. Most of us are very familiar with the Lord's Prayer, where Jesus Christ said, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." Now, at the time that Jesus Christ wrote those words or uttered those words, in the Jewish community, they were under subjugation by the Romans. And so the Jews were looking forward to being delivered from that situation. So they were looking for a Messiah. And Jesus Christ spoke about that, saying, God's kingdom will come and what that kingdom will do. And as a person who would be the head of that kingdom, he taught persons about what the kingdom will do and what benefits will come to all persons who will be able to access that kingdom.
Yeah, and the term good news means different things to different people, depending on our circumstances, our mindset. However, if you got up one morning and you saw a headline, "A cure for cancer found," I think we'd all consider that good news. Okay, because presently cancer is the leading cause of death among the 18 major illnesses. 10 million people die from cancer each year.
Every year.
Perhaps you know of someone who have died. I, in my own family, have experienced that twice. So if we learn that there is a cure for cancer, that is indeed good news. If you got a headline, breaking news, world hunger ended, that's good news. Right? Presently, you might know close to 1 billion people are suffering from malnutrition and near starvation. Millions of humans wake up every morning with nothing to eat, nothing in the pantry. 25,000 persons die every day of hunger, among them 10,000 children. That's over 9 million people a year. So if that could come to an end, that'd be good news. And that's what we're proclaiming, based on what the Bible teaches, that the end of this bad news is going to come to an end. And that's why we don't fear bad news.
Yeah, and how do you respond to the people who say that, each of our lifetimes is just this in terms of, civilization?
Say it again?
Each of our, even if we add up all the lifetimes of people we know, let's take Trinidad and Tobago, 1.something million, that is minuscule in terms of the existence of the world and so on. How do we address some of that in people who, in the shortness of our lives, experience the rough times, the bad times, and with the idea that, well, we looking forward to the good news?
Yeah. Okay. As Jude was saying, the good news that the Bible teaches helps us to cope with these situations. None of us are encouraged by bad news, things that happen to us. You know, as you mentioned, we live in a country where, for example, lawlessness is rampant. Okay? Yeah. I was reading recently where it is said that every 30 minutes in the world, someone is murdered. Every 4 minutes, somebody is raped. And every 2 minutes, somebody is robbed. That's the kind of environment we're living in. We're living in a world that is dominated by bad news. But the good news expounded in the Bible helps us to deal with that in a positive way.
And some of what I was reading from what you said, you quote from passages in Deuteronomy, passages in Revelations to illustrate that. How do you go about it, Mr. Knives?
Yeah. So the good news has as its foundation the kingdom with Jesus Christ as the head. We know that the Bible books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John outlined what Jesus Christ did while on earth. But the Bible and the Hebrew scriptures, from, let's say, Genesis to Malachi, all spoke toward a Messiah, this king who will come and will be ruler of God's kingdom. And that's why the program focuses or draws on scriptures from the entire Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, all with respect to this good news.
Why we should not despair?
We should not despair because even though things may seem difficult, in some instances impossible, our reaction to the situation helps us while we are dealing with it. It helps us to cope better. That's why hope is so important, and one's outlook on life. And certainly, as Frank mentioned earlier, there are situations where there is no cure to a condition. It's inevitable where it will lead. But how one navigates that period, understanding that this life is not all there is, but that Jesus Christ spoke about a kingdom, and a kingdom that will make us have the type of life that Adam and Eve were promised, or God's purpose for Adam and Eve in the book of Genesis. That's what we're looking forward to.
Yeah. And added to that, the events that are happening on the earth today, according to what Jesus taught and proclaimed as good news, is a sign that the end of all bad news is near. He said, when you see these things occurring, know that the kingdom of God, which is the remedy for bad news, is near. So I'm sure you'll agree that we're living in unusual times. Never before in the history of mankind are we experiencing what we're experiencing today. Men now have the kind of weapons that can destroy the whole human family many times over. I hear one world leader talking about nuclear weapons. Do you know the aftermath of that? You understand? So we're living in critical times. But the scripture says, when we see that, we know that the kingdom of God will remedy these problems.
You think it is ever worse than what it is now, or that in every age it seems to get worse?
Well, that's a theory, but the reality is that they've never had the kind of weapons that they possess now. Never before in the history of mankind have we have something called global warming. I heard the President General of the United Nations literally say recently, he says it's no longer global warming, it's now global boiling. It's a place in India I was reading about recently. The temperature went to over 50 degrees. That's 130 degrees Fahrenheit. People's organs began to fail without air conditioning. You know, so these times are unprecedented in human history.
Yeah, because the temperatures that we're experiencing now are record-breaking.
Exactly.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And those are the natural sort of results of what is happening in the atmosphere, or well, some people say well, global warming is something that's created by how we live, the
yes.
machinery we create. And
so man has contributed to it by his activities. But further to that, the scriptures indicate that we are living in a period of time where the same kingdom that Jesus Christ spoke about has already come, and the kingdom has started its rule. And the scriptures also indicated that At the time that that kingdom would have started its rule, there would have been an intensifying of a worsening of conditions on earth. And that's why, particularly over the last century, compared to previous centuries, there has been an acceleration in the deterioration of society. And that's why this period is not, you don't believe that it's part of a cycle, but it's actually a fingerprint of a time that has never occurred in human history previously.
Yeah, well, you know, some people could say, well, as we move forward, it will always be like that. So you know, the next, yeah.
And that's where the good news comes in, okay? This period in human history is going to come to an end. Intervention by our Creator. You know, social commentators tell us today what we need is a Messiah, a Savior, because we're in such dire straits. But the good news is a Messiah has already been provided, and soon will manifest his ability to end all bad news, and that's good news. That's what buoys us up in the face of a world that is dominated by bad news. Bad news is part of our diet, that's all. It's a consumable.
Yeah, because what they say, no news is good news.
Yes. That's a thought.
It means different things, because if you're not getting any news, you will say that is news. Or on the other hand of that, all news is bad news.
I'll tell you something. A lot of people no longer read the news, right? Because it depresses them. As a matter of fact, you know, I was reading recently where depression is an increasing mental disorder. It is said that each year, close to 750 million people commit suicide because of being depressed, among them many young people. So that's the effect of the bad news that we're consuming. But we need good news. That's why the theme of the convention is declare the good news. Yeah, and that's what we do.
And there's no you know, any science, with all the medical science, the improvements on it, some of these things can't be addressed, and they're not being addressed. Let's take depression, and you see more and more people, you know, who sometimes, in some cases, it's hard to, given people's sort of physical and other circumstances, they have no right to be depressed, but or there's no reason
to explain it. Yeah.
That's what we're consuming, you know, what we're reading in the press. I didn't read the headline this morning, but I'm sure that the news wasn't very good. Am I wrong?
I can't tell you what it is, because it doesn't stick in my mind. I just flip through the papers. And
you know, but seriously, the Bible contains the only good news that is available to mankind today, and that's why we spend so much time interacting with people and directing them to the Bible. It's the only source of good news. It's the only thing that consoles me and a lot of people, you know, because we're surrounded by bad news.
Yeah. You know, because that's why the conventions are always a highlight. It's always a highlight for Jehovah's Witnesses annually to have these conventions, because it's an opportunity to be reminded of the practical value of the Bible. It's an opportunity for us to come together and to listen to Bible talks, watch videos, hear the experiences of others that prove why the Bible is so effective in helping us not only to have a hope in the future, for the future, but also to deal with challenges now. And the program is a motivational one. It's one that at the end of it picks us up and helps us to continue to deal with the challenges that we all face.
In fact, there's a part of the program that discusses how to defeat bad news.
Bad news, yeah. Well, so to what extent you're going to go through that, and what are some of the mechanisms, the steps that people must take?
Well, again, it's based on the good news that is highlighted in the Bible, and it helps us to understand how we can deal with things like discouragement, you know, bad news that comes through the media and the press and things like these. Because of our own imperfections, that is discouraging in itself. I'm sure you would be aware, right? We make mistakes sometimes that we don't aim to, but because of our makeup, it happens, and that can be depressing. The scriptures, as outlined in the Bible, and especially promulgated by Jesus, helps us to understand how we can cope with that in a way that will bring us joy and satisfaction and not depression.
Yeah, and with the idea is that more people should pay more attention to these scriptures than probably we presumably we do.
Absolutely, that's the work that we do. That's what we do in all parts of the world, in 240 different lands and islands of the sea. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses are doing, promoting the good news on the gospel accounts so that people can be relieved of the pressure of bad news.
240 different countries
Yeah.
in the world, like where Jehovah's Witnesses exist.
Yes. Correct.
And there's no part of that where you have difficulties reaching people or calling people together to discuss it.
Yeah, well, in different parts of the world, we have different densities of Jehovah's Witnesses. But the work that is being done, not only in the 239 lands, but also in the over 1,000 languages, we are spreading the word to all persons so that persons will have the opportunity to be able to learn about God. On our website, we have material that is available in all of these languages, so that even if a personal visit may not be possible at times, that is also a possibility. But just to go back again on the good news, the reality is that many persons may think, well, this is just a pie in the sky. This is not something that is real. This is just a mental crutch. And so part of the program is actually devoted to helping us to see what is the basis for the authenticity of the gospel accounts. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, because really that's what we have. Those are the writings upon which it is that we are basing our beliefs. Why do we view those words as being authentic? Why are we confident that Jesus Christ actually said those things? And what effect did that message have on persons during Jesus' time? And how has it helped persons in our time? Just to also add, Andy, another feature of the convention is that there's going to be a video about the life of Jesus Christ. And it's going to be the first installment. It's divided into about 18. We're going to be seeing the first. And what's interesting about these videos are being prepared, two of which will be shown at this convention, is that it shows Jesus' life in chronological order. When you read the accounts of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it's not always in chronological order. And so taking those four accounts and mapping it in chronological order and presenting that in a video format is going to allow those in attendance to deepen their appreciation for Jesus Christ, to see how Jesus Christ dealt with situations. You were talking about earlier about difficulties that people may have, and a lot of the difficulties we see having to do with crime and so on have to do with disputes between people, differences of opinion. And Jesus Christ taught how to deal with that, how to deal with disputes in a manner that shows respect for both parties and allows you to not lose your life as a result. So it's for that reason why we are confident that attending the convention is going to help us now to probably reduce the number of difficulties we may find ourselves in by applying principles that Jesus Christ expounded when he walked to this earth.
Yeah, and to sort of bring down the needle from where it is in terms of people's anxieties and people's sense of depression and escape into, escapism to avoid depression and so on.
Absolutely. Because what we feed into our minds is what determines our disposition. Yeah? If we feed our minds on good news, then it has a positive effect. If we feed our minds on bad news, then it has the opposite effect. But there's so much bad news in the world. And that's why, again, we are declaring the good news according to the gospel accounts. The word gospel is an act Anglo-Saxon term that literally means good story.
Good story.
As a newspaper person, you know what a good story is. Right? The gospel accounts is a good story, not a fable, as Jude was saying. It's not a fable, not fantasy. It's based on fact. Okay? And many persons, in spite of everything, somehow recognize the Bible as a book from God. Perhaps you feel that way too. A book from God, somehow. You know?
But there are all these various interpretations of it, you know, versions of it, and sometimes people argue as to whether, you know, what I used to hear when I was growing up, my grandmother and people talking about the Maccabees version as opposed to this version and that version. Does that not cause some?
And indeed, that is also will form part of the program, where there are the gospel accounts, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but then there are other books that some persons claim
the Acts of the Apostles,
right? Yeah, the Acts of the Apostles, Luke, and so on. All of those are part of the Bible canon. But again, there are some other books like Maccabees and Book of Judas, and so that some persons believe also carry information about Jesus Christ. But what's interesting, though, about those is that those were not written by persons who were actually alive when Jesus Christ walked the earth, nor were they written by persons, any of the apostles. They are books that were written years after. So it's for that reason that the books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John haven't been written by persons who were contemporaries of Jesus Christ or of the apostles who knew him. Gives us a conviction that the information that is therein is information that we could rest assured is accurate.
And it's a valid concern because, I mean, I myself felt that way at one time, you know, that the Bible, I mean, it's just a holy book. But you know what helped me? A careful personal examination, checking the facts, checking the history, different aspects of the accounts in the Bible. And that convinced me that it's not a question of interpretation. It's a question of understanding what the Bible teaches. We don't have to interpret it. It interprets itself, but we must understand it. It's like learning a language.
Yeah.
You know, A, B, C, then we make sentences, and then...
Yeah. So it wasn't a case of you didn't have to go and read other things to come back to the Bible.
But I was involved in other religions at one time. You know, at one time I attended, well, I don't want to call any names, I attended a number of different religious denominations.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, the Bible stood out tall as being a book of truth and a book from our Creator.
Well, but I mean, all the Christian religions have the Bible as the center of it and so on.
Well, having it is not the same as understanding it.
Correct. You know, focusing and ensuring that the Bible is the sole basis of one's beliefs is important, and not allowing traditions or personal feelings to cloud the interpretation of it. But Andy, you know, you had mentioned earlier the matter about the number of lands in which it is that this work is being done.
Yeah.
And one feature actually of this year's convention, to declare the good news, is that there are 15 special conventions that have been held worldwide. And why are they special? At these conventions, not only are persons from that community, that country attending, but they are invitees from other countries. So in fact, this year, delegates from Trinidad and Tobago have been invited to 3 of these special conventions. One in Zurich, Switzerland, which is next month. Another in Tampa, USA. Yes, that will be in August. And the third will be in Chile, Santiago, Chile, which will be in September. So again, these delegates are looking forward to enjoying this same program with delegates from those countries and from other countries.
Yeah. I want to go back to your references earlier to Israel. Well, let me put it this way. What I conceive in my mind is the biblical Israel,
yes,
as opposed to the state of Israel that we know. Talk a little bit about whether what are the direct connections, or whether there are any, or there should be any between.
Yes.
When we talk about Israel, what they meant by it, as opposed to.
so Jesus Christ was born to a Jewish family. He lived in that area. He preached in Jerusalem, Galilee, Judea. And the scriptures indicate that he first came to the Jews, so that all of his preaching activity, it was focused on the Jewish community. When he died, before he died, he told his disciples that they would preach us to people of all the nations. And so very soon after he died, the Bible says that at Pentecost there was many people, Jews and different people, proselytes from different parts of the world, were in Jerusalem, and these disciples were able to speak in the languages of those persons. And so they were presented with the good news for the first time in a language other than Hebrew. And over time, that spread to from the Jews, the Jewish proselytes, to the Gentiles, and to all persons.
It's a good question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's a good question because people have raised that in many different forums as to whether the nation of Israel today has any connection with Bible prophecies that are being fulfilled. Yeah. Right? And the Bible does teach that the nation of Israel were God's people for quite a number of centuries. But keep in mind that that nation orchestrated the death of Jesus,
something happened,
God's son.
Yeah.
You know? And at that point in time, that nation was abandoned. That's a good word, abandoned, or
well, forsaken, if you like.
As the people of God.
No longer exclusive.
Correct. You know, and we can understand that. For example, what did Jesus teach? He said, "Love your enemies, do good to those that hate you." What is happening now in places like Gaza? That cannot be representatives of a loving God. You see, so the nation of Israel continues to exist, but not under the same umbrella as they did in former times. They're on their own.
Yeah, in a real sense.
Correct.
Yeah, and because from your perspectives, what is happening there in the way in which, you know, well, Netanyahu is performing and so on is not what...
Yes.
That's not good news. That's not in keeping with the good news. Sorry.
And it's not in keeping with the good news of the kingdom. Because remember what this kingdom is. This kingdom is actually a global government. It's a global government, so that no longer do you have nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom. It's a global government with Jesus Christ as the head. So that's what we are looking forward to. An institution, a supranational governing institution that will then prevent the issues that we may find between nations.
And you're confident, or you're hopeful that that is going to...
Yes, because that is what we have been praying for. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That kingdom, that global government will solve those problems.
All right, and what they say, a one world government, to keep some people call it.
Yes.
All right, so just before we close, just come back to, so this edition of the event will take place when?
Well,
over this weekend?
It actually began last weekend in Tobago in Trinidad, and it continues every successive weekend at our assembly hall at Chase Village until the 14th of August.
Yeah, the 18th.
14th of August. You know, so it's a series, same convention, but accommodating people. You know, you can't take everybody on there.
Right, so, so give, space it out.
So different regions are represented. Yeah.
But the full program is presented each weekend, Friday to Sunday.
Okay, June 9th and Frank Panton. Declare the Good News, the local organization of Jehovah's Witnesses. There's been 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson. Thanks for watching. We see you next time.
WESN.
Her voice has mesmerized us for years.